Second. Well,
Yep.
okay, proceed.
Okay, calling to order the meeting of the Conservation and Inland Wetland Agency, Tuesday, May 11th, 2021 at 6 p.m. And we're ready for roll call.
John Mailing,
Here,
Matt Pence,
Here. Here.
Farah Marin,
Here.
Jen Balliet,
Here.
Cheryl Brown
Here.
will be seated, and then we will not be having Ed Holowenko or Steve Clockey attending, and I do expect John Levin, but he has not joined yet. So we'll just interrupt when he does appear.
all right. Then we
Oh,
can move. Can
here
we
he is.
move? Can we press on?
Yes.
Proceeding discussion of S21 569 40 Princess Pine Road in West Norwalk. Installation of an in-ground pool and associated retaining walls, etc. Is there anyone here from the applicant?
Yes, landscape architect Jim Tate is here, and the homeowner Susan Kelly is also present. So this is a single family residence. They're proposing a pool in the backyard. There's a wetland and water course in the rear. I just started review of the application last Friday and yesterday, and I went out to the site yesterday. And I guess I'll start off with, and I think I'd mentioned this to Mr. Tate, that there is, as you're aware, a lot of times a soil scientist will do a report and then a sketch, and the wetlands were delineated by Otto Thiel in July 2019. And his sketch is usually pretty accurate. And then the flags were picked up and included on a land survey. And the survey was done a few days after Mr. Thiel flagged the wetlands. But the location of the wetland lines on the survey, there's a discrepancy between Mr. Thiel's sketch, which is just a sketch, and the lines on the survey. So I guess I would recommend that Otto Thiel, or the soil scientist of the applicant's choice, have the wetlands delineation confirmed at the site. It's about a 12-foot width difference from what appears to be the location on his sketch versus out in the field.
Well, do we know at this point if he's going to refine his sketch and do a more formal report?
So he wouldn't refine his sketch, but what he would do is, what I would recommend is that he reflagged the wetlands to confirm that the flags, if you go out into the field, there are flags on the property, and I'm pretty confident that those are the flags that were picked up by the land surveyor. What a soil scientist would do would be to confirm that the location of the flags are indeed the location of the wetland limit.
Well, we need to know what that limit is before we can act on an application.
That would be my recommendation. So I think it would probably be good to kind of just go through, at least preliminarily, the what's proposed, so that you know that, but with the understanding that the wetland line may or hopefully will not change. The other thing that you should know is that when I went out to look at the wetland flags yesterday, it appears that sometime between when they were flagged in July 2019 and yesterday, all the trees have been removed in the wetland buffer. So that's something that we'll have to sort out as well.
Well, we have an actual application, do we not?
We do.
And it's before us, so we can go out and take a look if we feel that we need to. But I would say that we're off to a slow start. We don't know where the wetlands are, and wherever they are, they've been pretty well harvested, it seems like. But I think that's something that's worth taking a look at.
Right.
You have some photographs or?
I can, and I didn't know if Mr. Tate, if you
Excuse
wanted
me?
to.
If you look on Zillow, it's Susan Kelly talking. If you look on Zillow and you look at the pictures of the backyard, the only trees that were taken down were ones that were threatening the house, and some of the insurance was an issue. Those are the only ones that were taken down. Number two, the grass went quite a bit further back. When they chopped up the little branches, they just kind of spewed them around over there and covered up some of the back grass towards the wetlands. Also, the wetlands guy came in July of 2020, not 2019. It
Oh,
was
okay.
2020. Because it was part of my demand in the contract that I signed that the wetlands be staked out and the property surveyed with the wetlands flags before I would sign a contract, which was signed in August, September of last year. So it's not even a year ago. I would just
Okay,
point
so-
that out for clarification.
Alexis, the May 7th memo says July 2020.
Okay, yeah, I think I just misspoke the year.
Yeah,
So the trees that were removed sometime after July, the end of July 2020.
Right, in the fall, winter, 6 months ago, whatever.
Okay.
well, we need a clear picture of where the wetlands boundary is. And that would seem to be a good place to start. Commissioners?
I think Mr. Tate would like to speak, the landscape architect. I saw him raising his hand.
Oh,
He's on mute, though.
I don't have him on my screen, so he's
Okay.
welcome to speak. Be glad to hear from him.
Okay. Mr. Tate, you'll have to unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Okay, are we all set?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, good. Let me clarify a couple things. First is that,
Excuse me, you're James Tate?
right, my name is James Tate. My firm is Tate and Associates. We're landscape architects in Fairfield.
Great.
I'm not new to this field, as you might guess, but
Mhm.
so we might be able to clarify a couple things here. First of all, is that when we do a site plan, we use the professional survey and we use professional wetland soil scientists to map, pick up the flags, survey. We use that information. We do not touch or address any of those lines. Those lines are submitted to the city as part of the application. The survey is untouched. Also, we put our site plan over top of that, so you can clearly see the professional mapping of both the survey data and the wetland mapping. So to question the wetland mapping now puts my client in a little bit of jeopardy, just as you can imagine. So that makes me a little concerned. Now, to kind of clarify this a little more, I was concerned when Alexis brought this up to me that maybe there was some problem or discrepancy with the sketching. So I went out and I verified that the dimensioning on the plan from the mapped wetland to the closest point of where we put our pool, proposed pool, which was map flag number 5 off the corner of the garage, I verified that those dimensions were correct on the site plan. So as far as I'm concerned, if the wetland mapping changes, there has to be a reason for that. I don't know what that is. I'm kind of surprised about that. I've never been through a situation where we're remapping wetlands. But I can understand if the sketch is not clear, then I understand that Alexis and Otto Thiel, the wetland soil scientist, was out in the field today or yesterday, and they had a conversation. I was not privy to that conversation, so I'm not sure where things what transpired there. But as far as I'm concerned, as a landscape architect, and frankly, as a legal matter, I am using the data that is given to me by the professionals to map the site plan. And it looks reasonable to me as a landscape architect with some experience, frankly. So I'll leave that to your commission. Your commission has to decide what the best course of action is. And honestly, as of course, we will follow whatever you think is best. We are a thing, but we do not like delays, as you can imagine. So I'll leave it at that. Now, would you like to hear about the site plan and how we came about with our location, et cetera?
Yeah, that would be great, I think.
Okay, good. So we're proposing an 18 by 36 foot pool. It's a little smaller than your average 800 square foot pool, which is 20 by 40. We located it about 20 feet, edge of the pool, about 20 feet from the back of the garage. Now, we did that as tight as we could to the back of the garage, but there is an existing concrete slab back there that has some utilities on it, which down the line we plan to move, as you can see from the site plan. But it did allow us to pull the pool as high up on this slope, or as close to the back of the garage as really as we possibly could. You'll also notice on the site plan that there is only a 14-inch coping plus a 3-foot path around the pool. That's all. There is not any additional hardscape around the pool proposed. So that means that we are using the minimal amount of, I'm going to say, almost paved area around in the construction of the pool. Secondly, the construction of the pool, because of where it sits on the slope, a rough idea of the pool excavation for a general size pool is about 450 yards. We're going to be doing about half that. So it's about 190 to 200 yards we're going to be pulling and moving. We don't plan to take it off site. We plan to balance the cut and fill. Will not affect your regulated area. It will just actually allow us to be able not to create any more additional or create additional disturbance within a regulated area, because we can balance the cut and fill. That is a nice situation. We rarely have that. Typically, we have to haul off and create all sorts of, kind of site disturbance that is unnecessary. Okay, that being said, the other part of this plan, which you'll see, is the retaining walls. We have a stepped retaining wall proposed. That's very nice. I'm surprised, the owner thankfully wants to do things the right way. It's an expensive operation, but the retaining walls allow us to get tighter within that regulated area, and they're stepped so that we're able to take up the grade of the slope in the minimal amount of horizontal distance, if you can follow me on that. The other nice thing about a natural fieldstone wall is that it provides its own natural barrier to any further disturbance into the wetland or the regulated area. Of course, as you know, in all these residential areas, people tend to encroach. They get their lawns further out into the regulated areas, and that's a big no-no. We don't like that. So we have planted that regulated area strip, or the wetland boundary area, with some enhancement plantings. We're all about preserve, protect, and enhance. And we've done that with some selected wetland plantings that should add some seasonal interest for the owner and also wildlife habitat.
Excuse me,
That's
Mr.
it in a
Tate,
nutshell.
would you be able to screen share the plan, perhaps?
Oh, that would be nice. Alexis, do you have that available? I wish you had. I do have that. I wish you could do that, because I wasn't aware of that, but I normally do that, but I wasn't aware that we could do that here. Alexis should be. Oh, there you go. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Oh, great. Okay. So you can do you see what I'm talking about? It's kind of you'll see what I'm saying. Here's the pool. It's tight to the back of what they call the future solarium, or the back of the garage. It's 20 feet off of that. And then there's minimal terrace around there, which is, it's really only a walkway. And then the two retaining walls. And then you can see where the wetland line is way down by the property line. The flag wetland line. Now just what I mentioned before, from wetland flag number 5, you'll see wetland flag number 5 right there. You go. Okay. So wetland flag number 5 to the corner of the garage, the northern corner of the garage, that is accurate. That is 75 feet roughly, 73.89 to 75, depending on how you judge the flag distance. And so the dimensions on this plan are accurate. So I don't know what the situation is with the wetland flagging. I'm not aware of this whole situation, but I don't see it really affecting the site plan. But we're happy.
Is the river or the stream, where is that shown on the plan here somewhere? I can see where the wetland line is.
Yeah, no, there is no, this is a wetland. There is no stream or real water course unless you go, well, the nearest water course, frankly, or definitive water course is 300 feet off this property to the east. I would, yes, to the west. This is being north up to the top of the screen. And that would be 5 River. That would be the 5 Mile River. Am I right, Alexis? Are we right on that?
I would agree that that is the 5 Mile River. I would say that there's a water course to the immediate rear of the property.
Yeah, how far away would you say that is from?
It's back into the wetlands. There's wetlands. And then pretty far back near where the hill goes up to the owners behind me, who owned all the way through the wetlands. They own all of that. There's a little tiny, I would almost call it a rivulet. And a lot of trees
I wouldn't call
have
it.
fallen across this. I mean, it's teeny tiny. It's maybe 4 inches wide. It's very, very small. And it comes
It's
from a
still water
pond.
course.
Oh, I'm not arguing that. 4 houses up, there's a pond, and that's what the pond drains down there. And then the house on the other side of me, the 1, 2, 3 houses of us, there's a culvert on the other side of her that takes it over to 5 Mile River. So it runs behind 3 houses and then cuts across the road, under the road, and connects with 5 Mile River on the other side. The wetlands, it appears to me, and I'm not an engineer, that some of the wetlands are almost caused by trees falling in and blocking this little teeny rivulet, but I don't know. But it's there is a little teeny tiny river there. That's why I call it a rivulet. It's a mini river. So, but it's not on my property at all. It is totally on my neighbor's behind me. He has about 3.5 acres, and he has almost all those wetlands are his.
You know, wetland is wetland, whether it's a water course or not. We respect that. So that's why the plan is done the way it is. Rather whether the water course is further or not.
Could we go back and have another look at the plan just for a
Certainly.
minute?
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
And I have a question. Are there going to be trees removed to make room for the pool? And if so, how many? And is there a planting plan as well that we might be
Yes.
able to see?
Yeah, I don't know why Alex doesn't have the wetland planting on the plan. There was a plan submitted with the wetland planting, which we have. But yes, no, there are no trees to be further. There are no trees. If you go to the site now, you'll see everything that's been removed has been removed. It was a grass slope where this pool belongs. There were no trees removed there, and there will be no further trees removed.
I still don't understand why there's a difference between the survey and the plan of some 13 feet.
I have a question.
What he explained to me when he arrived yesterday,
Good question.
he said there were no, the property stakes were not in. When he came in July, the property had not been staked. And so he was
When
guessing.
you say he, you mean Mr. Thiel?
Yes.
Yes,
correct.
Okay.
yes. And he was just estimating where all the lines were. In fact, if you look at where the flags show up on the survey, one is way off, well, not way off, but off my property, and another one is inside my property, because he didn't know where the corners were and where the back line was. He also told me that he used his feet to do the measuring on the sketch, not on where he put his ribbons, but on the sketch. So he said, had that been there, it might have been very different. You know, he would have had something to go off of, but he said he didn't, in the sketch, he does not measure that by tapes and all that stuff. He just sketches it out. So, and he didn't know any of the markers on the edges of the property. Those weren't put in because the gentleman that did the initial survey shortly after the soil samples had been done, I don't know whether he got ill, retired, nobody could get hold of him, and he doesn't answer his phone. So I had to get a new surveyor to come in and take the old survey and mark the property. So the edges of the property and the lines did not get done till about a month ago, actually. That's how long it took. So quite a bit after the soil samples were done and the sketch was done and the ribbons were done.
So this is Alexis. On the screen is a GIS map of the property. This dark line here is the offsite watercourse, which comes within a few feet of the rear property line. This is Otto Thiel's report.
Mhm.
And this is his sketch. And when I look at a sketch, I see what Mr. Thiel does is he puts a flag in, and then he will often paste to the closest physical kind of landmark that he can find. So in this case, he would have gone from wetland flag number 5 and pasted out to the back of the garage, or from wetland flag number 3 and out to the back of the garage. This map is to scale. It's 1 inch equals 40 feet. And when you scale off this distance, it's about 67 feet.
I'm sorry, Alexis, I don't understand why that, I'm not to.
Okay.
I have a problem with that, because this is why we follow the process of having a surveyor go and pick up the flags.
Yes,
It's
if you could
field-
let me
field
finish,
day.
Mr.
Sorry,
Day.
what? I'm sorry.
So the difference between a 12-foot difference between what is on the survey and what was on Mr. Thiel's sketch is a
I'm
much
sorry.
big,
I'm sorry.
if I could finish,
Sure, of
is
course.
a much bigger difference than what I typically see with Mr. Thiel's
Oh.
sketches.
Mhm.
Then I'm going to share another screen. When I look at aerial photographs of the property, you can see this, if you're familiar with the aerial photos, watercourses and wetlands start to become pretty obvious. This is the watercourse that is just off the property. This is all standing water in this wetland area. This is standing water here. And more of the property looks like it is wetland than what is shown in the survey. And on the survey, it actually shows the wetland leaving the property line and not even including this area, which is standing water, which was standing water yesterday when I was out there.
I don't know how to respond to your comments, because
Excuse me, I think that standing water is in my neighbor. The neighbor down just at the bottom of this aerial picture.
Well,
She has almost like a pond right behind her property line, and it is not behind my property line. In fact, I've
Right.
walked out there, it's dry.
Okay,
At that
I'll-
corner and the other corner, it comes in, the property line kind of comes in and then goes back out.
Mhm. So these are photos from yesterday.
okay, good.
Let me
Good,
just go back.
good.
So these were measurements from the house to the lawn limit. These are aerial photos from April 2019 that show the lawn extending about 61 feet from the northernmost portion of the property. About 48 feet from the garage to the limit of lawn. So again, here's the limit of lawn.
Okay,
Here's trees.
what does this mean?
Here's trees. The water course right to the rear of the property line.
Okay, looks good.
And then when I went out there yesterday, what I found was the back of the garage, the limit of lawn,
Well,
and then
do
a
they-
cleared area, and then the start of the wetland.
Yeah, they chipped the trees and they left the chips on the ground, which, okay, I mean, I can think of worse things, frankly, but yeah, that's right.
So- Okay, so all of the trees though are gone. This is the standing water that
Well,
is on the property line.
did you
Again,
did you
it-
show the flagged wetlands though? You'll see that there was there were very little disturbance. I don't know if there was any disturbance within the wetland or that certainly within the regulated area, but not within
So-
the wetland boundary.
Well, the trees were chopped down because they threatened the house. Is
That's
that not the
correct,
case?
yeah.
They're pretty far from the house,
Well,
aren't they?
These were
No.
old white pine. These were white pine and spruce trees. These are not oaks or anything like that. These are white pine and
It was a
Sure.
mix of trees.
yeah. But Alexis, I guess that we can get the pictures out. But they were spruce and white pines. You can see now when you go there.
Or
can
no
see a
oaks,
variety
only
of-
white pines and spruce, only.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that they were already had been topped and been windblown. There was a serious condition there that had to be resolved.
So they were not cut down because they were a threat to the house. They were cut down for another reason.
Well, no, both the condition of being windblown and also a threat to the house because they had shown a windblown condition. I mean, meant it was not an unreasonable situation to take these trees. I mean, that would be the first thing I would have said to do, frankly. But not within the wetland boundary. No, you wouldn't do it within the wetland boundary. You leave the
So this is the
boundary
wetland boundary right here is a flag.
Yeah.
But again.
So
if
you
that-
can, wait a minute, that's important, Alexis, that's very important. Where the wetland flagging is important. That wetland flag, you can see that there is an undisturbed area where the wetland flagging was. So whoever did the tree clearing, I don't know who it was, but they were respectful of these wetland flags. That's important to note.
If
that
I have
that it
a
was cleared right up to it and not in it.
Well, I see a buffer there, but I don't, regardless, how are you supposed to do clear? I mean, I don't see any I don't see any habitat devaluation of or problem with the habitat of the wetlands or the service function of the wetland being affected by any of this clearing activity at all. As a matter of fact, I frankly think that this whole enhancement will be better for this wetland because right now, once you remove these pines and spruce, which is somewhat of a monoculture that was going on with the understory being relatively, I mean, it was negligent of any kind of enhancement planting. I can now plant food sources. I can improve the habitat now. Hey, everything works out. And the wetland boundary now is preserved, is now protected. Well, it's a win-win situation. I don't know, just me.
I have a question about the sketch.
Yes,
Why?
I don't know.
I've done a lot of work with Mr. Teal in the past, and he normally puts together a formal plan, not a sketch. And I'm just wondering
Oh.
if he did make his sketch formal, would there be any difference?
Yeah, no, he typically does do a sketch. So what he uses is a base map, and then he marks on the base map the location of the line. So it's it's just that his sketch, which is usually an accurate depiction of the approximate location of the wetlands flags, was substantially different from the surveyed location of the flags. That's all that I'm saying. And when I went out to the site to look at where the wetland flags are, they appeared to be very much well within the wetland, not on the wetland limit. That is my assessment. I also
Did he say that, or
I
because
also
it
have
rained
some
the day
experience
before, so
doing
it was damp there, but I don't know how you could really say that. He didn't seem to indicate that to me at all.
We have to go by
Um,
what the professional maps. We cannot make any change to that. So if there is we use whatever the survey says, the mapping says. I don't change that. I mean, how would you can't. You have to use that data.
I don't
That's what
understand. I guess I'm saying that it appears there is a discrepancy between the wetland delineation and what was surveyed.
So what would you
So-
like us to do to make it? what
I
you
would
like us to do?
recommend that the agency require the applicant to hire a soil scientist to delineate the wetlands and flag the wetlands on the site. That is
Oh, the
what I
agent.
would recommend.
Okay, so can you do that so we're not delayed? That would be great.
The applicant would do that.
Oh, the applicant. So now we're going to remap the wetlands because why? I have to be the professional, so I have to ask the question.
Well, I would
Because
say
it-
as a member of the commission, I would tell you that there's no practical way for us to go forward if there's a wide discrepancy in the definition of what the wetlands line is.
Okay,
And that has to be resolved.
but sir, don't you we hired what you just mentioned. I don't want to put words in your mouth, obviously, but Otto Theo, from my experience, is a respected soil scientist. We hired him to do the mapping. Now you're asking me to go back, pay the money to redo something that this gentleman is professional has already given me. Doesn't that sound a little crazy? I mean, I'm missing this somehow.
I don't believe it appears that the flags that are out there may not be in the same location as where Mr. Thiel originally put them.
Oh, are you suggesting the flags were moved?
Excuse
There
me,
is
that
a
was done
significant
before I
piece-
even signed a contract for
No,
this property, the prior
no.
owners.
Absolutely not.
Okay,
Oh my
so
God.
maybe it's the owners. All I know is that there's a discrepancy between the wetland sketch and the survey.
If you get
Absolutely not.
another soil scientist to delineate the wetlands, that can clear this up, I think.
Yeah, I guess it is. I guess that's our Susan. I'm sorry to tell you that your professional is no good, but
I didn't
That's
say
crazy.
that at all.
Well, can I just ask a question?
No, you said that
Miss
I moved the flags.
Did
I
Miss
did not
Kelly
say that.
just say that the flags were put there before she even purchased the
Yes.
property?
That's what I
Yes,
thought
they
she
were.
said, yes.
Yes.
Right, so
I
then,
bought the
so
property in
then,
October. The flags were done in July. And if you, the original survey was done in August because I refused to buy the property without the flags in place and the survey, so I knew where the wetlands started on the property. I
Right. So
refused to purchase the property without that information. I refused to sign a contract without it. This was all done before I even owned the property. So those flags were in place and the survey done before I even signed a contract to buy this property.
very disturbing.
right, so if it was all done before you, without suggesting that you or anyone you know moved them, could they have possibly moved before you bought the property, since they
These
were there
wetland-
before you bought the property?
Listen, the wetland flagging, wetland flagging is done with a flagging tape. It's tied onto the shrub. It's not something that somebody can easily remove unless you saw remnants of the old tape. It just doesn't done. I just don't see it being done. And I don't see any advantage in moving it. There's no advantage of moving this tape. We didn't do any plans. There were no plans done prior to. We go out and look at the condition of the property. If you feel that the wetlands are are not mapped properly, I think you, Alexis, I think you and your agency should go map the wetlands and we will use that data. But to put my client to go out and pay additional money to maybe come back to the same data doesn't seem to make sense to me. Am I missing something here? I just don't see it making sense.
I mean, you're the applicant, so there's a discrepancy in the wetlands and we just need clarification.
Okay. 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 Got it. We'll get you, we'll have it remapped. I don't know how else to resolve this, I guess.
That would resolve.
But
it. Would go
I
a
don't
long
think
way
that's, pardon me?
That would go a long way towards resolving it.
Yes, sir.
It'll give us a border that we can all agree on, and then we can move forward.
Yes, but okay. Do you understand my situation here where we hired a professional, or a professional was hired that you respected, mapped them, and now you're not accepting that data? You understand that?
Well, I do understand that there's a discrepancy between two lines. Are you saying that the line that shows more or less 67 feet is the correct line?
I went out and I verified the fact that the wetland flag number 5 was exactly what was mapped on the survey. And that's 75 feet. When I go out there and look at it, it appears to me to be, and listen, in New York State, I map wetland soils. Now, I'm not going to tell you, I'm not going to step over any soil scientist. It was not appropriate for me to do that. I would not do that. And I totally respect your commission. I am a commissioner in another town. I totally understand your point of view. So I am here to help you or make the city of Norwalk, whatever requirements you require, I will follow them. Definitely. I feel I did that already. I just feel as an owner's representative, it's unfair to have this owner pay additional money to get a verification of something that we hired a respected professional to map already. Now, I don't see how we're going to resolve this as a
But
professional.
I thought you said that it was all done before Miss Kelly owned it.
Well, it doesn't matter.
It was all part of the
that was done.
negotiations to buy it, yes.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. But to resolve this, to make it happen, if that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do. I understand. But I have to go on record as telling you that I don't think that's a fair situation, because let's say what happens. Let's say the new wetland mapping, we get a new soil scientist. I guess we shouldn't use autofill, or maybe maybe Alexis, you should tell me who to use. Fine, I'm all for it. Tell me, I will retain them to go and get our mapping done. Then I can go back and make any adjustments I need on the site plan, or for the commission, whatever. I guess that's what we're doing. But I do not want this to delay this project. It sounds like a delay of project, and I don't like that, because we are following the process the way it should be followed. And that's where I have a problem. I'm doing everything I can to make things work the best for the city of Norwalk and to respect those wetlands, as I think our site plan and our application indicates. But I'm here to help. So
Okay, so we're at a point where we're all agreed that there will be a new survey that will, wetlands border survey. And we will look at the application in the light of what that survey shows. Fair enough?
Yep.
it's not up to me. It's up to Susan. Susan, you understand what they're asking you to do? They're asking you to redo the data that you already have done.
I know. And the data that I accepted in the contract to purchase this property, I would not have purchased it. I would not have purchased the property had these lines not been accurate as shown on the survey.
Right.
The flags.
Right.
And that was a big bone of contention between me and the sellers, and they agreed to pay for it, to do that, because I was a cash buyer. And I wanted,
while we're here, who am I using to map these wetlands? What if it comes back the same? Who pays for that error? Who pays for the error?
The idea of paying for it and the description of it as an error is separate from the doing of the work.
Well,
First the one and then the other. We're treating, this application is being treated no differently than any other application that comes before this commission.
I understand, sir,
Each
but
requirement that we're coming up with and each elucidation that we're attempting to try to uncover is exactly the same as it would be if it were anywhere else in the city of Norwalk.
Well, should we use the same fellow that did it before, or should
That
we
would
use
be
someone
fine. I have
different?
no-
Do we not
right.
trust him, or what's the story?
No, I don't know how to re-articulate. I do not have any concerns or doubts regarding Mr. Thiel's report or his
flag
ability to place flags. What I see is a discrepancy between his report and
And his
survey.
flags.
so we will go back to Otto Thiel and ask him to resolve this matter for you. Is that okay?
Great,
Okay,
that moves us along.
thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank
Sorry
you.
to take up so much of your time, Commissioner.
It's all right. Is there anything else on this, commissioners?
Do you have any questions on the site plan that I can help you with?
I don't think they saw the picture, the site plan that shows the planting.
Well, they
We
And I
did.
know
have
you
it.
filed it.
They have it. We have Amelanchier and we have some Norway spruce planted on the side again. We do have some winterberry and some red twig dogwood, as well as some summer sweet clethra. So we have 421, 28, I don't know, 36, 37 or so, 40 plants roughly planted, all doable size. So it's a nice wetland planting that should grow, give adequate space, just for your information. And I
So
have
good-
submitted that, so we can look at that the next time, I guess.
Well, is it on, is it on the website? We can go and look it up.
No,
Sure,
it
sure.
apparently didn't load.
Oh,
So I'll make sure that the
I will
landscape plan, it was a
resend it.
2-page plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know if.
we'll have
may
it loaded
had
in the
a-
next day or two.
Thank you.
an
Thank
issue
you.
with it.
Yeah.
And then if the wetland line does change, you'd have to change your plans. And then I would just go back to the, I know that Commissioner Brown had asked about, were there any trees to be removed? And I think that it is a fair request that the site plan indicate all of the trees that were removed within the upland review area. And then Commissioner Mailing had asked about the location of the water course, and I think that the location of the water course matters because we regulate 100 feet from that water course.
Right,
So I can resend you the location of the water course.
okay,
But the upland review area from that water course should also be shown on the site plans.
okay, so on the site plan, okay, good. We'll move it over. We'll make that revision. Sure, no problem. Easy mapping.
Thank you, folks. We
Thank
look
you.
forward to getting this resolved.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that.
Okay, commissioners, we move on to receipt and discussion of S21-570 40 Fullen Road. Are we ready for that?
Yes. So this is, let's see, I'll find a location map, I think.
This is the one that needed an easement. and a
Um,
compensating contribution of wetlands to the project, something like that? In your
Yes, they are
covering note.
proposing some direct impacts and then in return a wetland creation. Let me just share my screen real quickly again. So this is a property behind the old, used to be the Pepperidge Farm factory on Westport Avenue, 595. It's now the apartments at 595 Westport Avenue. This is the back half, the rear of that property. It's since been subdivided and it's no longer related with that property. And actually, I won't share my screen. I think I suspect that the applicant's team has plenty of maps to share. The application was submitted on the 5th of May. I have not had a chance to really look through it much at all, other than that I know that there are, as you'll see, wetlands on either side, the east side and the west side of the property. Crossing some wetland is necessary unless the applicant can get a access easement across the apartments that are in the front on Westport Ave. As designed, the road access into the center of the lot will require a wetland disturbance. As you noted, there will be a wetland creation. They're proposing 40 units, some duplexes and some standalone residences within this rear lot. Half of the lot is woodlands and half of it is the old parking lot from the factory. So it is a significant regulated activity. So at some point you will have to have a public hearing. I would recommend that you fully understand all the components of what's being proposed in the application before you schedule the public hearing. So with that.
But I mean, as far as, I mean, the application is officially submitted to us and the clock has begun. Is that correct?
Correct. So you have 65 days without an extension from the applicant. You have 65 days to open the public hearing.
Okay. Is
So
there,
the clock is ticking, but it's not ticking super fast.
okay. Is the applicant represented here?
Yes.
Sir.
Would they like to tell us a little bit about what the plan is and where this access is going to be and what the impact is and what's involved with the, I don't know whether you call it a replacement of the wetlands or a reintroduction of new wetlands or how?
Creation. Yeah.
Huh?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. If I may, Adam Blank, I'm the attorney for the applicant FRAP LLC, which is the owner of 40 Fullen. I live here in Norwalk. As Alexis said, I'm going to just share my screen. Are you able to see that?
Almost.
Is it up?
It says Adam Blank has started screen sharing, but there's nothing there yet.
All right. How are we now?
There it is.
Good.
Okay. All right. So this is a aerial of the site, 40 Fullen, the wetlands over here, right up against the road here, which is Westport. There's another wetland in here. As Alexis said, this is a Pepperidge Farm. This is that 595, the apartment building that enters and exits out on Westport Ave. There's a condo complex here, condo here. Fullen Road comes through here, and there's a couple of houses in here. If I zoom, I'll zoom in here, and we've got Matt Pop, the landscape architect, is on. He'll give you a little overview of the landscaping and some of the wetlands, go over the wetlands creation. Derek Dene, the engineer on the project, is also on the call, and he'll talk to you a little bit about the drainage tonight. We'll keep it brief, and I'll just give you an overview, but I did want to point out, so you've got this existing sort of decaying asphalt parking lot, and Matt will probably give you a little more detail, but this parking lot ends essentially right at the edge of the wetlands, where there's like a drainage ditch in here. So right now, under current conditions, you've got asphalt right up to the very edge of the wetlands on the west side of the property, and on the east side, there's a wetlands in here. Actually, it's a little farther over this way. So yes, the plan is to get rid of the asphalt and the abandoned drainage structures that are there. There's quite a bit of invasive vegetation, particularly in this wetlands, to clean that up. And then to develop 40 units of housing, a mix of duplex and single family. These will be elderly housing units. This is the duplex. This is the single family. They're all essentially identical with some different color variations. If this looks a little bit familiar to you, it should. It fairly closely mirrors a project that was recently approved by the Zoning Commission and a wetland permit that was given by you folks over at 125 Richards Avenue, also for this same style of elderly senior housing. And we think that these units, coupled with the ones on Richards Avenue, help get us towards a critical mass of senior housing to let at least some seniors age in place, and to make it make sense to have a management company then managing all of these properties and providing supportive services to the residents, as well as, and this is important for you guys, as well as that having professional, one single professional landscape company would be responsible for all of the property management here on site, rather than having 40 different homeowners doing what they will in the wetland area. There's a little layout of the proposed development. You can see in green the wetland areas, and in yellow the upland review areas. There is on the eastern wetland area, there's just the tiniest bit of development that will occur within that review area, just a little bit more on the western side. But as I mentioned, under the current conditions, stormwater just sheet flows off of that parking lot. There's no drainage improvements, and that drainage ditch that I mentioned is right here. That's where the asphalt currently comes right up to. So we're actually pushing back from the wetlands with the development from what's existing currently. Show you. Yeah, this, to the extent it's helpful, this is the existing parking lot, and that little drainage area that I pointed out is right here. So right at the very edge of the existing asphalt, which again, we're moving the development away from that wetland area.
Adam, question, is this a conservation development?
No, it's not a conservation development. It has a lot of characteristics that are similar to a conservation development. Technically, under the zoning regulations, it's considered elderly housing. Under the elderly housing regulation, which in fairness, we helped draft in connection with the development at Richards Avenue. We agreed, and it's now in the regulation, that the 25% of the site will be a conservation area. That's not a conservation easement, it's just a conservation area. And over 50% of the site will be open space or green area. But it is not a conservation development. Matt will talk to you a little bit about the quality of the existing wetlands and the improvements that we would like to make to it. That's Matt Pop. The landscaping plan calls for about 150 plants and trees to be planted in the wetlands or in the wetland review area, and another 300 plants and trees put in throughout the remainder of the site. There will be an access drive this is our only entrance or egress and to the site. It's off of Fullen. We do not have access to Hills Lane, and we do not have access through Pepperidge Farm or 595 Westport Avenue. So we do have to come over the wetland here, and Matt will talk a little bit about that.
Could you show that again, please, Adam?
Sure.
Where?
Right at this is, I don't know whether it's the westerly side of the site on Fullen. This is the drive area here, which would be the only crossing on the site. We are offering to create additional new wetland within the existing review area over in this site, which again, Matt can talk about. let me see what else. Yes, so we'll have, I think, we'll let Derek, Danae, we'll let Derek, the engineer, give you a little bit about the stormwater control and engineering improvements on the site. He can answer any questions you have on that. Then we'll let Matt Pop, the landscape architect, talk to you about he did the environmental assessment and the landscaping plan. He can quickly overview those for you tonight, answer questions that you have. And then hopefully if you need to set us down for another meeting before a public hearing, you know, we can live with that. And if you want to set it for a public hearing, that's great. Ultimately, you know, we hope that you'll give us a hearing and give us a permit and approve the project. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Derek unless you have questions for me.
Oh, thank you, Adam.
All right, good evening. My name is Derek Donay. I'm the civil engineer for the project. I work for DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering. And let's see, I'll share screen as well and go over, try not to duplicate too much of what Adam already said. Hold on. Okay, so under existing conditions, can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Great. So as he talked about, you have the wetlands over on the eastern side here, adjacent to Hills Lane. That's right in this area. And there's where my hand is, that's the 50-foot buffer setback there. Then what you have on the east side, same thing in the blue here is the wetlands and the 50-foot buffers coming through here. The parking lot, which is this large contiguous parking lot right here, goes right up against the drainage channel. So under existing conditions, that parking lot is right on the edge of the wetlands and it's about 5 feet from the actual drainage channel. So it's really close there. Under proposed conditions now, and as he's mentioned before, there's currently no stormwater measures. So this whole parking lot, which is around 94,000 square feet, of untreated asphalt runoff that just goes directly into the drainage channel and into the wetlands area here. Under proposed conditions, obviously they'll be removing the large asphalt parking lot, construction of the new access road that he mentioned right here, and where it crosses the drainage channel, we're currently proposing a 36-inch diameter culvert there, you know, something large enough so you don't block any of the flow in the drainage channel, and it also allows, you know, any of the small animals and critters to be able to cross underneath here unrestricted. You have the construction of the 40 senior housing units, which will be a mixture of single and duplex structures. There'll be new asphalt driveways, common driveways, and individual. Each unit will have its own garage around the campus. And then we're going to be proposing demarcation walls along the perimeter of the development. So the demarcation walls will also have a fence, maybe a split rail fence, something like that. So the demarcation walls, if you can see my hand here, will follow the edge of the development as it goes around here. And as Adam mentioned, you know, this will be a managed property. So all of the areas around the wetlands will remain natural. And the demarcation walls is a great way to separate the development from the natural areas and to limit or eliminate any encroachment thereon. Stormwater measures. So right now, we plan on doing different, a new storm drainage system. The existing site has none. We plan on putting one in. It'll be used to collect and treat the stormwater runoff from all of the buildings and the driveway areas in accordance with city drainage manual. Treatment measures will include the typical catch basins with deep sumps and traps, hydrodynamic separators, subsurface retention, detention, and infiltration systems. The benefits of the site right now, you have, there's currently some debris in the channel, so that will be removed. There's a large structure just sitting in it that someone looks like they discarded in it. Lots of invasive species in the wetlands areas that will be removed. The creation and expansion of the wetlands area, which Matt Pop can talk about, that's going to be right in this area behind these units, currently where there's an existing parking lot. let's see, the demarcation walls to separate the development from the natural areas, reductions of impervious surfaces within the western wetlands buffer area. So in that buffer area over here, and here is the line, that's the buffer area. The existing parking lot takes up all this area here, and right now you have, let's see, existing conditions, you have about a little less than 14,000 square feet of asphalt within that buffer area. Under proposed conditions, the portions of the dwelling, the back patios, and the common entry drive there will be closer to 7,500. So that's a reduction of 6,500 square feet in that buffer area, which is a positive. And also, although this site, the development will.
I'm sorry, did you say the reduction of the buffer area is a positive?
No, sorry, reduction of asphalt surfaces and impervious surfaces within the buffer area.
Ah, okay,
Yes,
thank you.
yes,
Sorry,
no.
just
We're
clarify.
actually increasing the buffer area. So right now, as I mentioned before, the wetlands in the parking lot are right on the same line, and the drainage channel is only 5 feet from it. Under proposed conditions with this demarcation wall, besides where we're doing the crossing here, but the regular demarcation wall going up and around here, the closest areas here, it's going to be about 17 to 20 feet from the wetland. So that's already a big increase, and about 24 feet from the drainage channel. So we're increasing it by almost 20 feet, the buffer area over here.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And the entire development will increase overall impervious surfaces, but the dirtier impervious surfaces, which is usually your asphalt parking, is a large decrease. So under existing conditions, we have close to 94,000 square feet of asphalt. Under proposed conditions, will be about 56,000 square feet. So that's a large decrease of asphalt surfaces. So those are all the benefits right now, and we can let Matt Pop talk about all the fun landscaping part. Unless you have any questions for me while I'm on.
What's the total coverage with the
Total, yep.
yeah.
So existing coverage, 94,000. Proposed impervious is 134,000. So it's about a 40,000 square foot increase in overall impervious, but about a 38,000 decrease of asphalt surfaces.
Got it.
And
Thanks.
all impervious surfaces of the buildings and the asphalt will be pre-treated before it exits the site.
Can I just ask about the entrance again? Is that a
Yep.
2-lane?
Yes, that'll be a
That's-
2-lane. It's 22 feet wide. All the common driveways are 22 feet wide. Yep.
And is it going to be a bridge? Does it need to
Right
be-
now, we're proposing a wall on each side, so along the property line and right where my hand is there. And so it'll be a fill in that area. And when we get to the drainage channel, we're currently proposing a 36-inch diameter culvert, something large enough to allow free travel for critters and drainage flow. So we don't restrict that.
And then the properties that are taking over where the parking lot is. Yeah,
Yes,
right
over
there.
here, yep.
Do they have basements there?
Currently being proposed with basements. We're digging test pits out of the site next week, so that may determine, if all units will have basements, some may not. It all depends on groundwater and stuff.
Mhm. Okay.
If there's not more questions for Derek, we'll let Matt present if that's okay.
Yep,
Okay, I'll stop my share.
Okay,
thank you.
let me start sharing mine. Again, Matthew Pop, landscape architect, professional wetland scientist, up from Environmental Land Solutions here in Norwalk. And this is the landscaping plan which we prepared. We also prepared the environmental assessment report. I'm going to kind of walk you kind of across the site from Fullen Road all the way down to Hills Lane. There's 4, I would say, distinct areas of the site. One is this wetland area here on a western property line. It's a hillside wetland. Then we have the parking area. And then we have a woodland. And then on the eastern side of the site, we have a wetland here. So I'll take you through that. This hillside wetland in the western part of the site near Fullen, it's fairly disturbed. I've got some photos of it. The wetland area is back through here. That intermittent water course flows right through here, kind of down towards the south. Here's that existing edge of parking lot right here. You can kind of see some non-native plants through here. I think mainly in this picture, it's a lot of porcelain berry. This is standing on the parking lot edge, looking into the water course. You can see there's looks like a concrete drainage structure that sits within that water course that'll be removed. There's some dumped concrete right next to the water course. Back through here, you can see some garlic mustard. This is from Fullen Road looking down into the wetland. The wetland is down here where all the garlic mustard is. Again, garlic mustard is an annual, non-native, invasive plant. It's extremely tough to get rid of. Currently, I don't think we're proposing to get rid of that. We have another method, maybe try to shade it out. But from Fullen Road, there's a lot of landscape debris. There's cans, there's bottles, there's pipes. When you walk through the wetland, the debris continues through. There's a chain link fence that runs through the wetland. You can see the parking lot in the back here. Fullen Street is kind of to my back. And here is that garlic mustard just taken over. And then I'm going to jump over to the parking lot. Oops. Uh-oh. I think I lost that photo. We may skip that parking lot, but we'll go to this one. Here's part of the parking lot, kind of looking at the eastern edge of the parking lot, looking south. The parking lot appears to have been cut into the grade, and you can tell it kind of jumps up here, maybe 4 to 5 feet. Here's that woodland off on the eastern part of the site. Within
These are good pictures.
Thank you.
These are good pictures.
Thank you. Within that wooded area, there's a lot of big, large trees, which are fairly nice. But then when you walk around, there's still a lot of scattered debris. There's fill piles, some old concrete pipe. And then over the last photo is the wetland by Hills Road. Here's Hills Road right here. It's right up against that wetland. Maybe it's about 10 to 15 feet away. The runoff from this road kind of flows right into it. There's fill piles that kind of come right up to this wetland here. But this wetland is in much better shape than the other wetland on the western property boundary. There's some invasive plants in here, mainly multiflora rose, so it's not that bad. I think we're going to try to get rid of that.
Lost you. Something happened.
I'm back. Did you hear me
There
now?
you go. There you
Okay, so the wetland line is in red here,
go.
right through here.
The graphic's not up.
Yep, it's okay. Let me try. Is it up now?
No, yes.
Okay. So again, the wetland line is in red. It's kind of a faint red line here. This is again the western wetland and the eastern wetland over here. Both these wetlands, I'll go over the wetland functions. They're kind of low-lying or hillside wetlands. They receive, one of the functions is groundwater discharge. Water from the hillside goes into the ground and it discharges at kind of the low points. So that's the primary function of these wetlands. Since there's roads nearby here and here, sediment from these roads wash into the wetlands. So the wetland also provides sediment trapping, so it catches those sediments and retains them. And with the sediment that washes in from roads, usually there's pollutants attached to them. The plants in those wetlands uptake those pollutants, so it kind of breaks down those pollutants. The wetlands also provide habitat for wildlife and food production. There is probably some opportunity for recreational opportunities, like mainly wildlife watching, especially from Hills Lane, since it's so close and it's level, you could kind of peek in. From full in, it's tough to get a good view. We checked the natural diversity database at the DEEP's wildlife and plant inventory to see if there's any uncommon or rare species on the site. There are none recorded on anywhere near their site. We're proposing, again, a 40 unit development, through here. It's mainly located over the parking lot, which the parking lot kind of comes through here, this area. And then portions of it is in the wooded upland area here. Derek kind of went over the drainage that we're proposing, this drainage system. Mainly, again, the main, I think, highlights of the drainage system is that currently there's no drainage existing on the parking lot for treatment of runoff. And we're going to treat that in the development. We have swirl concentrators, which collect the pollutants from the stormwater runoff. It kind of traps them in these chambers. We have underground detention galleries, which kind of infiltrate runoff into the ground. And the majority, I think almost, maybe Derek could let me provide a little bit more information on this, but the majority of the development doesn't drain into the wetlands. It kind of drains down towards the south west and away from the wetlands. I think a little portion over here might drain this way. And again, this western wetland is upslope of the site. So again, it kind of drains away.
A quick question, Matt.
Yep.
The access road, which directly impacts the wetlands. When this development was being designed, were alternative access ways examined at all? Was there any? It doesn't look to me like there's much obvious alternative way to access this property, but.
Yeah, we proposed it in the access in the narrowest portion of the wetland here to reduce the impacts. Again, this is kind of a private road over here, so that's out. So the only access that we could have to the site is from Fulton Road, and again, we wanted to cross it right through here. So there may have been some, I guess, alternatives studied, but I think this was pretty obvious that this is the primary spot to come in, or the desirable spot to come in. This area, it impacts 1,875 square feet of wetland right through here. So I would say, it's kind of unavoidable, that crossing. I think there's 6 trees in this area that are going to be removed from the wetland, another 4 trees up here. I'll just go over kind of the landscaping plan quick, and then some of the highlights of it. Again, we have street trees, some evergreen trees for screening. There's a lighting plan associated with this, just very low level of street lighting. But the main, main area is this wetland creation area here. If I could kind of lower this. Doesn't want it. There we go.
Other one, yeah.
There we go. So this, again, as Derek noted, that edge of parking lot comes right up to that wetland line. And there's that water course that flows about 5 feet off, and it flows southerly. That drainage structure was located about here. So we're proposing about 4,000 feet of wetland creation, which is right through here. There's a retaining wall right through here. So it's from the retaining wall to the existing wetland line. It's maybe about 18 to 20 feet in width. We're going to create that wetland by removing the asphalt parking lot, obviously, and lowering the grade to match the wetland, adjacent wetland. So it has the same hydrology. And then we plant it pretty densely with, we have 10 shade trees, which are the larger growing trees. Again, all of the plants are native. So we've got 10 of the larger growing trees, and we have 8 understory trees, mainly flower and dogwood, and some shad, and some shrubs through here. I'm mainly using just spice bush and bayberry, which is deer don't eat. And then underneath the shrubs, the area gets seeded. So we have a fairly dense area that we're restoring. And as Derek noted, around the entire development, or around most of it, we have that retaining wall, which is, I think, very desirable. Again, it creates a defined limit of landscaping, so there's no lawn encroachment into the wetland buffer or into the wetland. Once the wall is up, that's the edge of maintained grounds. We are going to remove some invasive species, mainly in this area right here. There's some porcelainberry, which is an aggressive vine that, we'll pull it out and then we'll spray it as it comes up. In the wetland here, we're all at white flower and garlic mustard. There's so much of it, I think it would be impossible to get rid of that. And you pull it out and then you disturb more soil and you get more seeds that come up. But this area right here, where it is kind of thin,
Matt, consider goats.
Excuse me?
Consider importing goats for a couple of months.
I've heard that too. But what I think we're going to try to do is, maybe it won't work fully, but just try to provide a little bit more shade. Maybe we could kind of suppress it a little bit. So we have a number of trees right here we're planting within the wetland and some shrubs in through here, just to kind of infill that area. And of course, all of the litter within this wetland here that's on the surface will be removed and picked up by hand and removed. Let's see, jump across to over here. This wetland on the Westport property line on the east, we're going to remove the multiflora rose. Again, that's just pulled out by hand. It's not that bad. And then it is kind of thinly, the understory is kind of thin. So we're going to plant a number of spice bush to kind of fill in for there. And then just our best management practices, I'll just run through them quickly. Again, use of the retaining walls for demarcation. We have the erosion controls, the catch basins fitted with sumps to trap the sediment, the swirl concentrators, which also trap the sediment, the underground galleries, which infiltrate the runoff. We have the wetland plantings within the wetlands itself here, over here. And then we have the wetland buffer plantings. We have here, we have buffer plantings and some over here just outside the wetland. We're controlling invasive species, mainly in this portion of the site. And again, it's just within the development, we're proposing, shade trees in a number of spots. I think the shade trees reduce shade, they provide shade and reduce thermal pollution, the heating of the stormwater runoff. So again, it's 40 units on 7.12 acres. The western wetlands highly disturbed. The eastern wetland, I would say it's a lot nicer. It provides more functions. We are impacting 1,875 square feet of wetland here. We're proposing 4,000 square feet of new wetland area. So we have a net increase of about 2,200 square feet of wetland gain. We are treating all of the stormwater runoff. Currently, that parking lot is untreated through here, controlling invasive species. And with all of that, I think the wetland functions that I listed, I don't think they would be impacted, and some of the functions would be enhanced. So if there's any questions.
How many trees are you clearing for expansion into the wooded area?
That I don't know offhand, but there is quite a number in it because it is densely wooded, in this area right through here.
What's the rough size of that area that you guys will be developing on where the parking lot does not exist?
Maybe we can get back to you.
I mean, in the review area or outside the review area?
Oh, just the area that you're developing on. Basically, you're talking about expansion into a wooded area. And so I understand you're developing over a parking lot, and I just want to know how much of your development is going to be expanding into the unpaved area.
So I don't have that number.
I don't know.
Right off. But
maybe the square footage of the woodland, and then also the square footage of the woodland within the buffer.
Okay.
Speaking of buffers, I might have a reputation for being a stickler when it comes to mapping. And Matt, you had called the water feature an intermittent watercourse, and it was called an intermittent watercourse when the Pepperidge Farm, the apartments at 595 Westport Ave were developed. And so I would just suggest that because it isn't a intermittent watercourse, it technically has a 100-foot upland review area, and that should be properly noted on the plans. So the plans that showed the wetland and then the buffer areas colored, those are outstanding and illustrative, but I think that the one adjacent to the watercourse should be expanded 100 feet from that intermittent watercourse.
And again, that is right at the edge
Right.
of it. So
The contributed or compensated wetland strip that you pointed out. Alexis, can we just declare a piece of property a wetlands if we like, because we don't know what the soil underneath it is?
Yeah.
Or
It's a very good question. So no, my second follow-up question for Matt would be that, you know, as you know, it can be tricky to create wetlands. And obviously the creation depends on what functions it may have. So I would encourage for the proposed wetland creation area, kind of a deeper discussion regarding what kind of functions, what are the metrics for success, basically. So removing the asphalt and digging out and putting some plants will certainly make it better than it is, but I'm not sure it will make it a wetland. And so I do think that it's reasonable for the commission to kind of ask for more information as far as how do we measure success of that wetland creation, whether it's by hydrology or you know, a function or plant.
well, if
survival.
it were to be reborn as wetlands, the 5
Mhm.
houses would be planted firmly in the upland review area. So that would be another characteristic of the new wetlands.
Right.
But the effort is much appreciated.
but if you want to see a wetland creation area, which I was involved with years ago, on Route 7, just north of the Merritt Parkway, on the west side, there's some rock cliffs, and it was all rock, and the wetland was created there. That might have been about 3 acres in size, maybe 2 acres in size. So you can drive by and you can kind of see, you know, the wetland creation area out of bedrock, which is a little tougher to do. You have to excavate the rock and import soil. And all of
Wow.
that. So, but you can see it though. So again, I think this one, we have the hydrology there, which is, you know, which is nice to see. You know, if you didn't have the hydrology and you're trying to make that wetland higher up on the slope, you know, then it'd be a lot tougher to do. But again, since it's the low-lying area, you know, I don't see any, you know, harm or any concern that won't be a wetland if we just lower the grade enough to kind of match the elevation of adjacent wetland. You know, mainly the elevation, you know, of the just a little bit higher than the swale. So.
Okay.
Pop, I have a question. You said earlier that it appears there's 94,000 square feet of asphalt in place currently that drains untreated asphalt runoff directly into the wetlands now. And that will be removed. And in its place, there will be 56,000 square feet of asphalt that will become treated asphalt runoff. And where will that drain to? What would be the final disposition? You said that it would not be draining into the wetlands. It'll be draining where then? Excuse me, this is Derek Donay again. I'll handle that. So that drains right into where the culvert crossing is. That's the ultimate discharge point of that system. So after it goes through all the different treatment measures, it'll then go back in to the drainage channel over there where the culvert is, crossing is.
Which is the wetlands.
Correct. Oh, yes, it's going back into the wetlands, yes.
Okay,
Yeah, but
So-
no, it's not going into this wetland.
Not, correct, not the upper wetlands on the other side of the stream, right?
okay.
Do you
Is
do you
there,
have an estimate of how much that would be? How much water that would be?
At this time, no, but it wouldn't, it'll be, to match, to meet, excuse me, city of Norwalk drainage manual standards. We have to use detention measures, so the goal is to not increase peak flows to the wetlands area. Discharge offsite.
John, you have more?
yeah, what is discharge off-site? What does that mean?
Well, when the water leaves our site, so wherever discharges out of our pipes, eventually it'll go into, first it goes
Somebody
into the
else's site.
drainage channel and then it goes off site, right? Everybody's runoff goes off site somewhere unless you, I don't know, have a pond
Okay.
or something. That's it.
But
Okay.
offsite here in the, I guess you'd call it the southwestern area, is adjacent to somebody's parking lot. And that's a continuation of the wetlands that were described on your property. Is that
Right.
correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's going to affect wetlands that are not under your control.
Yeah, and actually, Matt, are you able to unshare your screen?
Yep.
And I think it might help if I'm able to pull up the aerial, just so you can see that area ends pretty quickly.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
One thing I would be concerned about, like if you didn't discharge that water back into that wetland system, then you would have an adverse impact to that wetland system down, off site and down from the site.
And I don't know, Matt or Derek, if you know ultimately what happens when you get here, but obviously this wetland doesn't continue much further once you get to where the Pepperidge farm line is here.
Right,
Right.
it is, after the Pepperidge Farm site, it is piped and goes under Lois Lane, or Lois Street, I think. And then it heads south and it goes under Westport Ave, Route 1, kind of behind the, what's his name's complex that has the movie theater and stuff. And then behind it, and then it goes into the Indian River, which eventually discharges to the Saugatuck Harbor.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I can
Now I'm sitting here thinking,
share my screen if you want.
While Alexis is pulling that up, I'll just mention Jerry Efron, the developer on the property, is here on the Zoom, if you have questions for him.
So here's the site here. This is the wetland and intermittent water course. The purple lines are our stormwater pipes. And so this is the pipe that goes across Lois,
Street.
under Westport Ave. Behind this is the movie theater, Bed Bath and Beyond, I think, something like that, parking garage. Behind it, and then it hangs to the east where it connects with, this is actually the Indian River, which continues to flow down. This is Westport on this side of the screen, which is why I don't have any information. It's no man's land. But in Indian Brook, you can't really see it in the photo, but it continues over to the Saugatuck Harbor.
okay,
But most of the portion in Norwalk has been previously piped. So you have this these wetland remnants here and here along Renzulli, and then there's an open portion along Strathmore Lane condos. And what is that in Westport? So
Okay,
that's about it.
And Alexis, if I may ask, on all of like Lois Street and here on Westport Avenue, all of the water that's flowing off-site from them is going into this system as well? Is that right?
So the apartments at 595 Westport Ave actually all drain. They actually come. Most of the apartment complex itself, if I remember right, drains into the front wetland on their property, which also goes under Westport Ave and into a smaller water course that then discharges to Indian River. And then the parking lot, any drainage that's not, that's rainwater runoff is directed, it's captured, treated, and then directed into the same water course. But it's really just, if I recall, it's just the parking garage and this small parking lot in the back, not the apartment complex.
okay,
Okay, so the net effect is you'll be adding approximately 40,000 square feet of impervious surface to the property. And all of the drainage from the property will become treated. I'm wondering, is the treatment of this drainage of any consequence? I'm asking out of ignorance. I really don't know. And so
What do
I'm
you-
just,
Yep, do you mean,
I don't even
what-
know enough how to correctly formulate the question. I
Is
guess
it
it
Sure.
was untreated
Okay.
asphalt runoff. It's going to become treated
Right.
runoff. What,
So
what's
maybe
the
you could talk
treatment?
about the
Is it,
water quality measures.
you know,
Right.
a scolding or what?
So the different treatment measures involved, there's the catch basins, the standard ones, which is catch basins, which have a deep sump and a trap over the outlet pipe. So the way those work is the runoff from, say, your driveway or the roads initially goes into a catch basin. All the heavy sediment, like the sands, sticks, leaves, debris, get trapped in the catch basin mostly because they go in the sump, and then the elbow trap over the outlet pipe keeps it from flowing downstream. The hydrodynamic separators, that's a swirl concentrator. So the water goes into this unit, spins around, more of the sediment drops out, and then it has a baffle system to help prevent oils and grease from moving further down the system. Then you have the infiltration system. So those will be used for both stormwater retention and infiltration to put some of the water back into the ground. And then other aspects of it, because we have an increase of impervious surfaces, they'll be used for detention measures, which means it restricts the flow. It'll collect it and with a smaller outlet orifice, allow the water to go out at a controlled rate. So you're not just slamming downstream with a huge chunk of water at one time. So it'll be under control, so you don't have those adverse impacts to the downstream neighbors and they get quickly flooded out and stuff, and the pipes are overloaded. So those are the different the different treat measures being used.
And untreated would be just the runoff, the rainwater hitting the parking lot or the driveways and roads and just washing directly into the wetland. And that would carry like the sediments and oils and grease right into the wetlands. So when it's something is untreated, that is not a good situation. But when it's treated, you're removing those the oils, the grits, the sand and pollutants from the stormwater runoff. So it improves the water quality by having it treated.
so that process is dictated by the city, is that correct?
Correct.
less?
The city and the state all have standards that you have to follow. And so the city has its own drainage manual. And it's very similar to all the towns around here in regards to the different treatment measures that are used. Yes.
Is it overseen by the DPW or by the?
Correct.
planning? Okay,
Yes, sorry to interrupt you. These our plans, the drainage design, everything has to be reviewed by the city engineer. They review everything to make sure it's in compliance, before it gets approved.
So one good thing about this development is that, it would have one company that maintains like the landscaping, and they were to be responsible for maintaining these structures, like cleaning the catch basin sumps, removing the sediment from the swirl concentrators. Where it was like a subdivision, there's always a question like, who's going to clean it? Is the city cleaning it? How often are they cleaning it? So again, a project like this where it's, maintained by one company, is preferred.
Thank you. Commissioners, anything else?
How many parking spaces are on this project?
Let me just remember, hold on. So currently, each unit has its own garage. So that'll be the, 40 for each, individual ones. And then as far as exterior site units for visitors and whatnot, there's 25 spaces there. And then each unit also, the size of the driveway is long enough that if you had a visitor, they could also park right in front of your garage as well. So
Your single car?
correct, single car garage, yep.
And what is the total square foot again on the new proposed asphalt?
For the asphalt number, hold on. I got that.
I wrote it down, but I'm not sure if I
Yes.
got it right.
Hold on. Okay, so, all right. So proposed asphalt was around 56,500 square feet.
So that's in addition to the existing 94?
No, sorry. The existing 94 gets removed.
Right.
And then the total impervious for the site, that includes buildings and asphalt, is 134. So that's where you get the increase in
Okay,
impervious
that's what
of
I wrote down.
40,000. But the actual asphalt for under proposed conditions is only 56,000. So that's the asphalt, which is usually the dirtiest and worst contributor to stormwater runoff pollutants, is a reduction compared to existing conditions.
Okay.
And when you guys talked about the drainage, does it drain in the direction of your system because of grading? Is that how that works?
Correct. Yes, we have, in general, the site drains mostly in a southwesterly direction. And so that is a good discharge point for us over into that side.
That's grading the surface, is that right?
So, sorry, say again?
That's achieved by grading the surface, is that correct?
Correct, yes. So in general, our site slopes under proposed conditions as well in that same kind of pattern of going downhill towards the southwest area.
Thank you.
Commissioners, anything else? Thank you all. That was really a very helpful presentation.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
we have something to chew on with the new wetlands. We'll get back to you on that.
Okay, so I'll do a report, and as always, I recommend that the commissioners can try to do your best to get out and have a look. Applicant, do you know if access from Westport Avenue is still possible?
Jerry,
As
do you
far-
want to unmute yourself and chime in?
You can currently drive in at the 535 driveway, the Pepperidge Farm sign, drive all the way back through. There's an arm that's always up, and park right there in the parking lot and walk right into the property that way flat. Otherwise, from Fulham Road, it's a bit tricky to get in that way. Even walking, it's very difficult to walk in that way.
So that access gets us over to Hills Lane?
No,
I guess
actually,
you-
go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Jerry.
Hills Lane actually, just is a private road that services Terra Nova and Birchwood, and really has no connection to this site. We have no rights, unfortunately, to come in that way. And there is a page fence, so even if you could park there, which you shouldn't, you'd have to go over a fence.
Okay, thank you.
If you do go to the site, I would just say spray yourself for ticks because there's quite a number of them out there. So,
Yeah.
so again, maybe just the easiest way is come in from the southwest from that existing parking lot and walk straight in. So, but
We will find a way or make one.
very good.
Thank you.
Okay, we are in all the way up to number 4 on our agenda. Discussion and decision. S21-565 is 8 Shadow Lane, the uphill swimming pool with the stream, I've forgotten the name of it, down below in the double line of silt fence. We have a resolution, a draft resolution for that.
Correct.
Which I have read over and which, having visited the site, makes sense to me, but I think maybe on the off chances that I will make a motion to approve the application, to grant the application to Jonathan Garcia for the property located at 8 Shadow Lane, number S21-565. Making that motion, I with the conditions as outlined in the memorandum of May 7th. We can discuss that if anybody's got anything specific that they want to bring up about that. I'm not being discouraging, but if there is no particular objection, it looks like one that we can kind of do. Do I hear any discussion of the motion?
Well, need a second first.
Well, yeah.
I
John
second
Levin-
that motion.
John either scratched his ear or said, yes, I can't quite figure out which, but it looks like he seconded it.
I think,
I think Farah seconded it also.
Farah,
yeah.
Oh, she did, okay.
Farah's faster. Yeah.
Thank you, Farah. Yeah. All right, any discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll ask for a vote. I think we can do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the application is granted.
Okay.
Next, we have 4 Half Mile Road, Alfano, corrective action. I don't seem to have anything in writing about that, Alexis. Can you?
No, so this application was received at your last meeting. I think that you, Mr. Mailing, had the comment that you would like to see a defined, I remember what you had said, a shrubs or something that adds an obvious buffer line between the lawn limit. And earlier today, I'll share my screen in a minute, I think. Give me a second to catch up. I think where are we? Half mile. Hold on a minute. I just need to, it was a PowerPoint, so let me just open it up as a PDF real quick.
We got this morning.
Yeah, this morning, this afternoon, very recently. There we go. Let me share my screen. And the applicants are here tonight as well, but this is basically the same
Oh, yeah.
revision. And let's see, so phase 1 would be this has not changed, I think, phase one, which is to remove all the deposited material from the wetland and watercourse. And then the phase two, seeded with the seed mix. And then this is the change. In addition, 3 inkberry plants planted and maintained to make a border. So they've shown the 3 inkberries. Inkberries probably aren't that big. That's probably a liberal depiction of them. They're kind of small shrubs, but so three shrubs are shown on the plan. And like I said, I think the applicant is, sorry, here as well, right? Yeah, there you are. So I don't know if the Alfanos, who are the property owners and who drafted the restoration plan, I don't know if you want to add anything, but please take the floor.
Do you want to add anything, Mr. and Mrs. Alfano? Do you want to add anything to what's on this this diagram?
They might be frozen. They're being very, very still.
They do look a little bit frozen.
So
Is there some,
again,
can we help them in some way?
yeah,
I'd like-
no, I think that it's just their internet connection.
Oh,
So, I mean, again, I think it would, as you noted at the receipt of the application. Oh, did we lose them?
oh, they're back now.
They're back.
They're back.
They're back, okay.
There they are.
Good.
Okay.
Okay, the question we asked while you were frozen is whether you have anything that you'd like to add to what we see before us in this schematic.
Yeah, no, that's about it. I think we just wanted to create some sort of vegetation border just for us to know where the buffer should begin, essentially.
Okay. Commissioners, anything? All right. Thank you. I think we will we'll deliberate on this and probably have a decision at our next meeting, 14/21.
Are you generally happy
Alexis?
with the 3 shrubs? Do you think that's a sufficient number, or
Well,
are you?
does anybody have a concern with the new additions of the overall planning and the objective that is being achieved here? Anyone?
Everyone's
No?
tired from the 2 receipts.
Is everybody frozen? I don't know. I mean, I don't see mine up there, so maybe I'm frozen. I don't know. Anyway.
Oh, you're moving.
And a question, are the shrubs along the wetland line, or are they like, is this the wetland line or is this the wetland buffer?
I believe it's the buffer, and I think that's where it was. There was an existing fence that was there that we removed, and so I think the idea was the last time we spoke, we were like, we don't want to put a fence up because we don't want the neighbors thinking that's like where their property starts. So we were like, all right, maybe we'll create a vegetation area or buffer.
Right.
Or line.
That's right. I remember that.
Right. So there's a, I can share some quick aerial photos, I think. Actually, did I add them to the website? Sorry, what am I sharing? Am I currently sharing aerial?
No.
No,
Okay.
you have their
I'm gonna-
schematic, but
Okay.
I just need to stop and then re-share. One second. So this is the standing water area is in the way back. There's kind of this hump of deposited debris. The construction debris is back here. There is clearly kind of a lawn area here. And then as noted, I think in the soil scientist report, there's like this area of, we call it scarified soil or something like that. And so
Right.
there's this area that was previously kind of more of a buffer where the lawn ended at the fence, and then there was a buffer. And then beyond the vegetated buffer is where all the debris has been deposited. So I would, I mean, I think to be consistent with your other decisions, I would recommend something that is along the old fence line that's planted with some shrubs or something more aesthetically, appealing to the property owners than a fence, but something that has kind of the benefit of revegetating this kind of barren land between wetland and lawn, but also has, a physical buffer.
So that would be a slight expansion of the proposed remediation that they outlined in their original plan. Am I correct?
Right.
What I'm trying to get a sense if we've got, if we can come to a position, if staff is content with the remediation plan as submitted by the Alfanos, maybe with some slight changes of positioning and constitution, we could go forward with this, or what does staff recommend?
Yeah, I would recommend, I don't know, I guess I would recommend even just one more shrub. I think it's a long distance to not have for just three shrubs. But I think that what the Mr. Alfano described, being in line with that fence, would be a reasonable restoration to the buffer that was there. On his restoration plan, he, I'll go back to it. So they do propose
Right.
removing everything, and then I think maybe just clarifying, and it can be clarified if you're ready for a draft resolution at your next meeting. I can clarify that with the condition language, but that all of the activities described in phase 1 include the activities in the watercourse, the wetland, and within the buffer up to the existing lawn limit.
So with some fine tuning, we could be in a position to give them to green light
Yeah.
this, but
I have a question.
Commissioners,
I have a question, it's Cheryl. How long is the distance?
Let me remeasure that. Hold on.
Looking at with the 3 shrubs.
I knew you were going to ask me that as soon as I said that.
Sorry.
That's quite all right. Hold on.
And is the seeding happening behind the shrubs or around the shrubs?
Yeah, that's a very good
I would
question.
think the seeding would happen where everything is being removed and up into the shrubs.
Okay, so it would include the shrub area as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're looking at 150 feet, Cheryl. And the 150 feet goes from, I'm not counting over here, from the just in front of the wood pile across to the fence remnant.
Will the lot-
I would vote for more plants. Those shrubs are about 3 feet in diameter. So we have a shrub every 50 feet probably in this scenario. So we may want some more to help that. Or maybe
What
even
kind
if
of
there's not-
like a on center density would you think?
I'm sorry, what's that?
What kind of on center density do you think you would like to see, just to give more guidance to the applicant?
Maybe like every 20 feet.
Okay, so instead of 50 feet on center, which it currently is, the 150 divided by 3, something closer to 20 feet on center.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have a question.
Any guidance is greatly appreciated because
Yeah.
having heard all the other presentations, it's a crash course for us, and
Yeah.
budget's a little
Yeah.
limited, so
Yeah.
we can't really hire.
I don't know if my purple circles are doing it.
Is the lawn going to be extended from its current?
No.
So what comes between the lawn and the shrub installation?
It would be the seeded.
Yeah, the seed. It would be that seeded area, I guess.
Seeded with what?
It was it was like a
green
Yeah,
New
okay.
England.
Got it. That's
Yeah,
what goes there.
Yeah. Native seed mix.
Yeah. What was it? The New England native warm season grass mix.
Okay.
All right, well, I mean, I suppose there's a way that we could stage this, Alexis, maybe some additional planning in 1 year and some more the next. So I don't know if that's sensible, or it might take a little of the pressure off the financial end of it. But I do think we are ready to have a resolution by the next meeting.
Okay.
So let's do that. Thank you, guys, and
Thank you.
we look
Just
forward.
one other question.
Yeah.
Well, this puts a pause on the continuing with the original application for the addition, or does do they run concurrent?
Yeah, I will look. You can continue. Did zoning issue you a zoning permit for your addition? You
Yeah.
did. Okay, so I will check with Amelia.
Yeah, it was Amelia.
Because I think I determined that once you got I think that it went on to the building department already. I'll double check, but I think that once you got the soil scientist, because I was initially concerned that the wetland soils, because your property is so flat, and the way that your trees grow, I was concerned that you had a lot of wetlands, but you didn't. And so if I remember right, the addition is outside of the upland review area.
Right.
And I think that we already did a sign off, but I'll double check. So you
that
can move
flat
along with
area,
that.
right? That flat area used to be a pool that was later excavated
Right.
out.
Yes, yeah, I saw that in the aerial photos.
Right.
So yes, but you can kind of have two tracks of fixing the wetland deposition issue and the working on the rear addition
Awesome.
concurrently.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
all the call.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me call you constantly.
Sure.
All right.
Okay,
Bye.
we have another one for discussion and decision, but before we get to it, Alexis, don't we need to talk about setting a date for a public hearing on Fulton Road?
No, you've moved on to that. So I think that it was kind of agreed. I think the applicant understands that you're going to return to discuss further at your next meeting and then come up with a public hearing.
Okay, all right.
You're good.
Okay, so S19 533A, in the vicinity of Scribner Avenue and Kelly Drive. Sounds like a sighting, like we was last seen in the vicinity, but anyway. Norwalk DPW modification of permit. We have a draft resolution.
Yeah, so this isn't at a precise parcel, hence my vicinity comment. Yes, there is a draft resolution to approve the proposed modification of permit, which would slightly expand the scope of work. Really the area of work that's already been permitted, but to expand the area which in which excavation within a wetland can occur and replacement of a culvert. And I know that the applicant's hanging out here if you have anything to add, but it sounds like they were about to make a resolution, so
Well,
it's up to you
no,
if you want to
I'm
speak.
going to let somebody else have a turn. I think that the conditions pretty much reflect what we had heard and talked about before, but I will defer to my colleagues on it.
And so just to clarify, all the conditions are the conditions of the originally issued permit. And then at the bottom, it just kind of adds a whereas that there is additional work on 264 West Cedar Street as shown in the plan submitted by Public Works. So no additional, I didn't think that any additional conditions of work were necessary since the proposed work was so similar to what's already been approved.
Okay.
I wish to move to propose. I wish to move to approve the resolution as drafted.
Okay, Commissioner Levin has moved to approve the resolution dated May 6th on S19-533A. Anybody care to second that?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor, verbal? Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
No, just a belated aye. Okay. Abstentions? Anybody abstaining? No?
I'll abstain. I didn't see any of the initial presentation, so.
Okay. Then the wetland permit application S19-533A is granted. We need
Thank
any
you all
more?
very much. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thanks for hanging out at the wetlands meeting.
Right. Okay. Next on the list, enforcement actions. Show cause, V21-1021, 70 Witch Lane. Removal of vegetation, construction of retaining walls, deposition of fill, grading and construction in an adjacent to a wetland or water course.
Just give me
A
a second.
cease and desist, a cease and restore order has been issued. And it is up to us to modify or accept the order, as I understand it.
Right, so
Alexis?
I'll just briefly go over the process for a show cause hearing. Whenever your staff issues an order, state statutes require that the agency hold a show cause hearing within 10 days of issuance of the order to allow the respondent who has received the order the opportunity to show cause or to show why other information is as far as why the order might be withdrawn or changed. And so before I start, Anthony, in our attendees is Liz Suchy. And could you promote her to a panelist? If Anthony is listening. Oh, yes, he is.
I am.
Thank you.
He's frozen.
So I'll start off. So I received a complaint of work within a wetland at 70 Witch Lane and went out there. This was at the end of April to inspect. When I arrived at the property, the contractor or one of the contractors was working, and I asked if the homeowners were home. He said no, and I asked, can I have a look? And he's He said, I don't care, go ahead. We're just taking down a couple trees. And then as I went down the property, it's kind of at a high near Witch Lane, then it kind of drops down into a valley. It became clear that they were doing more than removal of trees. And so I did issue a cease and restore order on April 20th. And it cites activities within a wetland and water course, including removal of vegetation, construction of retaining walls, filling and deposition, and otherwise changing the natural indigenous character of the wetland and water course. Specifically, it notes that a boulder retaining wall had been installed recently along the top bank of the water course, and that fill had been brought in on the other side of the newly constructed wall. The boulder wall is about 130 linear feet, or was installed along approximately 130 linear feet of the water course. And then additionally, other activities in the upland review area had occurred, including more retaining walls, more filling and grading, and the construction activities. There were decks being reconstructed at the time of my inspection. In the order, I have four directives. One is to stop all work on the property. The next is to have the inland wetlands delineated by a soil scientist on the property. As I'll show in some maps in a second, the wetlands on an adjacent property were previously flagged or field delineated. The next directive would be to file for a corrective action application. And then the last would be to implement completely all proposed and conditioned activities in such corrective action application. I will note that this hearing was originally scheduled for your previous meeting on April 27th. And so if at the end of all this, you're inclined to uphold the order, I would recommend modifying it to set back all of the deadlines within it, since the respondents have now lost 2 weeks to respond, unless they indicate otherwise.
When you say setback, you mean bring up to date?
Extend.
Yeah, okay.
So right now there are, right now it states to have the wetlands delineated on or before next Tuesday, May 18th, and then to submit, no, I'm sorry, to have the wetlands delineated by last Tuesday, May 4th, and to have the application in by next Tuesday, May 18th. And that seeing as one of those has already passed,
Yeah.
that would be not a reasonable directive at this point. So let me just bear with me as I find all these files. The amount of digital files that I need to keep track of is ugly. 1 second. Someday I'll make them all into one document. I think that'll be easier, but I'm not there yet. So PDFs. No. Okay, so this is a 2019 aerial of the property. Witch Lane is actually just off the page on the top of the screen to the north. The property in question is a rear lot. The driveway is here on the western property line. It kind of gently comes down to a parking area, existing residents, existing grass area, and then woodland area. The what this map shows is the field delineated wetland area on the adjacent property. And then a portion of the estimated wetland area that kind of covers the rest of this kind of wetland valley, but it's off a little bit. And that's why we call it a estimated wetland. What it doesn't show is the intermittent water course that is here. You can see this kind of dark line. And then it kind of fades. The red lines are the my estimated location of the retaining walls that were constructed. And let's see. Bear with me here. Sorry about all the clicking. So this is really the same map with the, instead of the aerial photo, the topography, which shows kind of the driveway ending in this area, and then a gentle slope coming down to the lawn area. Again, the red is where the approximate location of the new walls. This is the intermittent water course in blue. This whole wetland drains to the northeast. So in this direction, it appears to be piped in the vicinity of this house, and then it reappears off the page. This is again that 2019 aerial with the driveway ending up here and kind of a wooded lawn transition on the side here, and then a full woodland in the back, and the lawn kind of sloping into the wetland area. This is just another aerial photograph from 2016 that again shows the location of the house and kind of that change between lawn area and then woodland area. And then let me stop sharing one more time to get to the photos, and then I'm done. And then here's some photos of the site. You can see here the water course. To the right is the wooded area and wetland. To the left are the new boulders that were installed, the new fill material. This is the old deck that was demolished, and then this is the new deck that is under construction. Again, this is on the left is the lawn area, which I don't think that the lawn area was expanded laterally, but there's a new retaining wall. And again, the water course and then wetland area. Another view of the house, the deck under construction, and then the wetland water course kind of runs through here at the bottom of the retaining wall. Just another photo. This is the retaining wall that's now at the top of the driveway. And so this is the deck under construction, and then the wetland water course is here. This is still within the upland review area. Another view of, again, the water course, the new boulders, the new fill, and the deck under construction. The order mentions debris and other landscaping debris in the wetland, and it's referring to these cut vegetation and portions of the deck. I assume that the deck was not going to demo portions would not stay there, but most likely some of the cut vegetation would. This is looking up to the top of the driveway. This area had some large trees in it, as we could see from the aerial photos. It's been regraded. There's another retaining wall right around the house. And this appears to be the access down to where the deck is under construction, which is just off the screen in the deck. And I think those are the main photos. The rest are not too exciting. So again, well, in watercourse, you get an idea of the scale of the retaining wall, the leveled yard, and then the construction activities.
Did you say, Alexis, that that it appeared that the lawn had been just raised up in grade but kept on the same footprint?
Yeah, more or less. I've never been to 70 Witch Lane. I have been to the adjacent property, the property that I pointed to that had a delineated wetland on it. That's 24 Indian Spring. They received a permit, I want to say 2003. Yeah, it must be 2000, well, maybe 2002. So I had been out to that that property when they were doing their construction activities. And I know that there wasn't a retaining wall, but looking at the aerial photo, it looks like it's approximately the limit of lawn. You know, I don't know if the lawn went right up to the water course as the retaining wall now does. So there may have been some additional push. I really don't have enough information to tell, but the lawn was, there wasn't much of a buffer between the lawn and the water course, but I don't know how much of that, how much of a buffer was between them and how much of the lawn may have been wetland.
Okay.
So that's, I think that's about it. One last note, the original order went to Christopher and Ann Hussey. They used to own this lot. Apparently it transferred on, I think, April 1st. So city records had not caught up with real life at the time that the order was issued. But the new owners have reached out, and they are here tonight, as well as their attorney, Liz Succi. So that's the background and why I issued an order.
So given this change in ownership, has all the work that is apparent been accomplished since April 1st? Okay.
It appears so, yes. I mean, when I went out there on the, I'd have to look at my calendar, either the 20th or the 19th, the work was all ongoing and had been extremely recent. So I would presume so. But the respondents can respond to that question.
Well, I'll be very interested to hear from the applicant.
Okay. Any questions for me before we turn it over to the respondent?
I don't, commissioners?
No.
I do have one question. Has the site been stabilized? Like, is there erosion control fencing or anything up at this point?
No, actually, that's a very good point. I don't believe so. And the order should probably be amended to include that.
Okay.
Okay, that said, let's turn it over to the respondents.
Mr. Mailing, for the record, my name is Liz Succi. I'm the attorney who represents the respondents, Jennifer Horvath, who is the property owner and the owner of record. And Jennifer and her fiance, Tim Stepkowski, have retained me to assist them through the process of obtaining the necessary approvals to resolve and to mitigate the issues that exist by virtue of some work that had taken place in the upland review area. From the information I've received and the photographs that I've viewed, it does appear as if the lawn extended all the way down to the bank of that watercourse, that intermittent watercourse that runs from a south-north direction. They did some tilling of the land and planting some grass, but that was lawn area, at least from the photos that I had reviewed with my clients. There is some debris. I walked the site last week as well. There is debris in the woodland side in the upland review area that seems to have existed for years and years, including there's trash, pottery, roof shingles and things of that nature that seem to have existed over and been placed there over time. Some of the information that Ms. Caracchetti shared with you is correct. There was some activity undertaken on the banks of the riverbank on that intermittent watercourse so as to provide a delineation and further protection for my clients' dogs and for friends, children who come to visit. However, they do recognize that activities that were undertaken did need a permit. At this point, they recognize that. Sometimes new property owners who are unfamiliar with the inland wetland regulations believe that the activities they're undertaking are for the benefit of the wetlands and also for themselves, but do undertake action without realizing that there is a process that needs to be followed prior to the activity taking place. But I will say to you, as soon as that they received the work stoppage order, the work has stopped. It has not continued since that was issued. A wetland scientist, Otto Thiel, has been hired to map the wetlands, evaluate the wetlands, and provide us with the information that we will need to move forward with a corrective action plan. He was at the site today, so we anticipate having a report by him and a map by him that we can then provide to Environmental Land Solutions, which has been retained to devise a corrective action plan. And that plan will include analysis of, to the best they can, where the lawn extended to, what may have existed on the banks of that intermittent watercourse. And there were some rocks that are original to that watercourse, and other suggested activities that would correct and mitigate the actions taken by Jennifer and Tim to date. And then they're going to implement it because they too don't want to be in a position where their property is unusable pending the outcome of any sort of measures by this commission, applications, hearings, and the like. So I do want to say that as the mapping indicated, the lawn has always been there. It may have been regraded in that area, but they have not extended the lawn beyond that which the condition in which they found it. Debris such as leaves and twigs and other natural debris is in the watercourse and has been there. And when I walked through it, it did appear as if that debris has been there over time. Some rocks did exist along the stream bank, but some boulders have been placed in a position to make it more delineated. And then, as I said before, trash, pottery, shingles, and other detritus is on the woodland side of the wetland, but in the upland review area. That stuff, for lack of a better word, was there when my client purchased the property, and they didn't add to it with the exception of some brush that may have been cut down. So I think what we're looking for at this point is for this commission to perhaps modify the order with respect to with respect to the lawn and with respect to the natural debris that existed in the watercourse, but also to extend the deadlines by which my clients must apply to you with a corrective action application. And as you'll note, they're already underway with having the appropriate and experts provide them with the necessary analysis so they can move forward with a plan that hopefully will be acceptable to staff and ultimately acceptable to you. Jennifer's on the line if you'd like to hear from her, but I think that probably covers all of the comments and all of the circumstances that existed from when she purchased the property to today.
Liz, specifically, what kind of extension are you talking about?
Well, if Mr. Thiel was out today, I'm going to guess it's going to take him at least a week, 2 weeks to provide his report. That's just my best guess. I haven't spoken to him. And Kate Throckmorton was with me when we walked the site last Friday. So by the time she receives his report and has the opportunity to evaluate it and then devise a plan, my guess is her documentation will likely take another 2 weeks. Best guess. I don't want to provide you with dates that will be unrealistic for my client to meet, but certainly not dates that are too far out in the future. that don't reflect the attention that needs to be paid to this situation, which my client fully intends to do.
So you're suggesting that a corrective action application could be before us in approximately a month?
That would be my best guess. I think that's the best case scenario. Chairman Mulling, we'll do our best to move it forward as quickly as possible, because right now the site is, no work can be undertaken, and my client certainly wants to move forward and get things resolved well before the summer months come in, and she wants to do it as quickly as possible.
Well, of course, the sooner we get the application, the sooner we're able to respond, and that is what governs the timeline. Myself, I'd much rather respond to the application than to, the original cease and restore order. I think we're asked at this point just to decide whether to uphold it or not. And Alexis?
No,
Have
I was
that
just
right?
going to, so at this point, you would, if you were inclined to uphold it, I would recommend you modify and uphold and modify those dates. And so, as I mentioned right now, it says to have the wetlands delineated by May 4th. And that date has passed. So I think a very generous date would be May 25th. To have a report from Mr. Thiel submitted before May 25th, and then for a corrective action application to be submitted on or before June 15th. An application, and that's a full month further than what was originally stated. And that would give it enough time to then be received at the June 22nd meeting that you have scheduled.
Well, I move that we uphold and modify as discussed by staff and move the timeline up so that these folks have a chance to do a proper job of figuring out what needs to be done. And that's my motion on number V21-1021.
May I ask one question, Mr. Mulling?
Well, means.
If in fact we run into any unforeseen difficulties in meeting these deadlines, may I suggest that I stay in contact with Ms. Carachetti, an advisor of what the rationale is for perhaps needing another week or so that we don't come before you, and so we don't fail to come before you by the appropriate time. Instead, we would advise staff that there may be circumstances that have arisen that are preventing us from meeting these deadlines.
We want a good report expeditiously. And I'm sure that wouldn't be a problem, but we don't have a motion. We don't have a second on the motion or a.
I wish to second the motion, so it's seconded.
Okay, moved and seconded to uphold and modify as discussed. Alexis, does that make sense?
Yes and no. So what I typically tell people, back to Liz's question, is that once you uphold it, it becomes your order, and these definitions, these deadlines are held fast. But that doesn't mean, my objective is to get resolution of the violation. So I would say that I don't have the authority to extend any deadlines, but I can certainly receive correspondence from Attorney Secchi explaining why there is a delay and relay that to the commission. And it sounds like as long as there's a reasonable reason for the delay, there's no penalty that you're going to face. I think
nor would we object to it.
The commission is very understanding. So I just want to
Yes, we
clarify
are.
that I don't have the authority to change those deadlines, but with a reasonable delay.
Well, if we're looking at a report from Mr. Thiel by the 25th of May and an application by the 15th of June, assuming that the creeks don't rise, that would put us on put both us and the respondent on a good course. But I don't know how you itemize or detail that flexibility, but it ought to be understood, I think, that it's there.
Might you be able to amend the motion to give Ms. Caraccitti the authority to extend the deadline?
Of course. Ms. Caraccitti has the authority to do pretty much anything. Yes, we would do that.
Okay.
Anyway.
So with this new authority, could I would also recommend, Chairman Mailing, your motion also include the concern voiced by Commissioner Brown earlier, and to include the directive to immediately install a silt fence at the top of the slope. So at the edge of the, at the top of the boulder wall, properly install either silt fence or hay bales, whichever is easiest and most economical for the respondents to install along the length of the wall along the water course. And that's just to prevent sedimentation of the wetland and water course.
So let it be written, and the motion is thereby or hereby modified. So now we have a modified motion, and I would presume that it remains seconded by Commissioner Levin.
Not a fair presumption. Nonetheless, it does remain seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that's a lot of ayes and no opposition and abstentions. Okay, the order is upheld subject to the conditions discussed, and we look forward to its resolution.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay. In the same vein, we are at 20 enforcement action number V21-1022, 20 Granite Drive. This is a cease and restore order pursuant to a show cause hearing last meeting. And
yes.
to the Losardos, and yeah, over to you.
Let's see. And oh, there you are. Okay. So let me start by saying this was also issued on April 20th, 2001, following a complaint that there was work ongoing within the wetland or proximal to the wetland. Upon our inspection, we found that there was work that would be considered regulated activities occurring within the upland review area and very close to the wetland. And the order cites removal of vegetation and construction of stone walls. That in particular, there was a rock wall that was in the process of being installed in the northeastern corner of the property. And that was installed approximately 20 feet from the wetland watercourse limit line. And then additionally, the order talks about activities that have removed a previously existing wetland and watercourse buffer that were required as part of a corrective action permit number S14445. That permit required that the buffer and the wetland area be maintained in such a manner that allows the area to establish a natural vegetated state. This area should not be maintained as lawn, landscape, garden, manicured feature, or mulched area. And it was noted that most of the buffer area was currently being maintained as either lawn, nursery stock storage, general storage, equipment storage. Additionally, the order cites alteration of the wetland in the front. In particular, the restored wetland that's in the front appears to have been further channelized with the deposition of rocks, and there is what appeared to be a plastic sheeting along the bed of the watercourse. which seemed to remove the water source from the surrounding wetland area and direct it down this rock and plastic sheeting lined chute. The directives of the order include to stop all work, to apply for a corrective action application by May 18th, and to implement fully any resulting corrective action application or permit. I will share my screen. Just a moment.
When was S14-445 approved?
In 2014. The first number is always the year of the application. And it was approved in September 2014.
Thank you.
Bear with me here. All right. So these are some 2019 aerial photos. So this is in 2019. It's since then things have moved around a little bit in the last year. So well, let me see if I can go back. Fortunately, it doesn't have the wetland line in it. That would be the place to start. Here is 20 Granite Drive. This is the property line. House and driveway. In this front low area here is a small wetland. It's fed by this off property water course that is piped under the driveway with a culvert, and then it discharges to this wetland area here. Sorry, the wetlands are not all shown on this map, sorry. And then in the backyard had previously been wooded. In 2013, the respondent received a notice of violation and an order for removal of vegetation and filling. There is a water course, which is the, looks like I have two lines mapped, but I don't know why there are two. But this is the approximate location of the wetland and the I'm sorry, this is the water course, and then I think the blue line is the approximate location of the wetland area. Let's see.
Alexis,
Go to, yes.
I need to step away for 10 minutes. Can I give my proxy to another commissioner on this one?
You can't give a proxy, but you can leave the meeting if you need to.
Okay, thank you. I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay. So 8:38. Okay, so at 8:38, Matt Pence left the meeting. So this is a 2019 aerial that I'm returning to. The front wetland that was restored is in this location here, and this is the kind of the more aggressive channelization that I noted. And then in this area here is where the new stone wall that was under construction when I was out at the site. And then these trees were planted in 2013 following the violation, and the area behind here is the area that is supposed to be a buffer. And I'll get to the photos that I took in 2020, but this has been the state of the buffer, at least in 2019. This area back here used to store material and other equipment, but no wetland buffer. More photos of the same area. So just to back up, so the stone wall that was being constructed was just over 16 feet from the property line, and so that would be at the end of this yellow line. So in this area here. And just another view of the property. That's from a long time ago. Let me go back to, oops. Sharing the other photos. Why are they not coming up? Is that sharing the actual photos or just my the list of folders? It's not. Hold on. For some reason, I'm not getting the option to. There they go. Okay. This is the wall that was being constructed when we inspected. This is the wall that is now along the northern property line. This is the off-site watercourse here. And then the wetland is somewhere between the watercourse and the stone wall. This is the bearings, right? The northwest corner of the property. I think this is actually the property pin. So this is the watercourse and wetland, and then this is more of the stone wall that has been constructed, I believe, in the wetland. More of the existing wall. This is the same stone wall that I believe was constructed along the northern property line. Wetland is off to the right. What should be the buffer is to the left of the wall. And then for reference, here is the shed that's in the rear yard that you can see in some of the aerial photos. This is some of the additional trees and nursery stock that were noted. This is just some plantings of forsythia saplings within the wetland itself. More of the nursery stock that's stored within the buffer area. Again, the wetland on this picture would be to the left. This is the buffer, and these are some, these are planted. Some of these are planted, others are still in the bulb and burlapped. More of the nursery plants. These are some of the boulders that were required to demarcate the start of the buffer area. The wetland and buffer would be to the right of the screen. More pictures of the same wetland and watercourse in the rear of the photo. Stone wall being in the process of being constructed. The boulder that would demarcate the narrow buffer. The buffer was only required to be, I think, 25 feet from the wetland. More of the wall along the northern property line. more of the same. Wall, wetland on the left, wall, and then what should be buffer area. In this photo, wetland on the right, wall, and then what would be buffer area to the far left. And again, wall, equipment and other stuff stored within the buffer area. So that's kind of the extent of the order. Let me just go back to a aerial photo. If I can open one up again. The order also talks about the expansion of the driveway. And that was referring to this area here. When I looked at further aerial photos and at the site photos from 2015 on, it looks like this work was done during that. So I just wanted to clarify that it apparently was done while the 2013-14 work was done, but there was so much to take in. I did not notice it until my more recent inspection. But the offsite water course is here that then discharges out a culvert here. These boulders,
You're not
the
screen
photos aren't
sharing.
showing.
oh,
Yeah.
I'm not screen sharing?
No.
Oh, gosh darn it. Hold on.
Is that the best you could do? Gosh darn it.
No, it's not, but I will try my best. For some reason, let me try this. No, that's not the photo. Hold on. Oh. I just have way too many things open, sorry. Here we go. Okay. So just going back to the driveway, it's this driveway expansion area here along the, that'd be the western property line that apparently had happened a while ago, but I just never noticed it until we were out there recently. It may have been that this stone wall has just grown in size, but it was just much more apparent. And the offsite water course is over here, and then it is piped, and then it comes out in this front wetland here. The limit of the wetland is actually these boulders out here. So that's pretty much why I issued the order.
Is the respondent here?
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Love to hear what they have to say.
I don't believe I ever added to any of the driveway. If you look closer, there used to be an older guy that used to own this house, had a large boat that was parked there. And to this day, that white line that he parked the boat on is still there. If anything, I shortened the driveway up.
Also, we had on our building permit, when we, which is still open, when we did some work on the house here, we had approved access through that exact area to be able to get around to the back to do the work. And in fact, John Hayducky was just here 6 months ago and walked the complete property with us. And she told us that everything was fine and there was no issue because our building permit is still open.
Well,
And we
John
just
Hayducky doesn't do the wetland regs. He's only looking at zoning.
Well, disputing the wetlands. What I'm saying is
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you.
I'm not disputing the wetlands issues, but what I'm saying is the expansion of the driveway, it's on our building. I have the map with the approval giving us that area was already there and showing that it was going to be used to come up and around to the back of the property. So that's why we're befuddled. And he recognized that and acknowledged it when he was here. So what I'm saying is if it was being perceived as that we extended the driveway, I'm just shocked that he wouldn't have said this doesn't go along with what we approved when you applied for your building permit. Because it's the same area.
So he wouldn't care about the driveway because it's further than the front setback of your property. So you can expand your driveway and zoning wouldn't care as long as you're more than 40 feet back from your front property line. So that's
the driveway. What I'm saying is the driveway area is exactly where it's always been. We never changed.
So I'm just looking at this was the submitted the submitted plan from the corrective action. And so that's what I was going was here's the offsite water course. And then the driveway just had a different configuration based on, I guess, the survey that was used to do this base map. And that was a survey from 2014. So that's what I was using was the survey.
If there's any mix up, maybe we could just go forward. We could see the old marking.
Yeah, I don't think that I think the driveway is an itty bitty issue compared to the other wetland buffer stuff.
Well, most of those stones are only, I can lift the stone. I thought I was always able to walk within the wetland, do anything within the wetlands as long as I could carry it myself.
In the buffer.
With it. Okay.
We were in the buffer.
But I mean, we're not talking about a stone wall that has cement in it. For years, they've, farmers have been making stone walls for years. I mean, water passes through these things, and I just can't understand. This is called Granite Drive for a reason. We have a ton of stone here. Wherever you dig here, there's a rock, and I figured, hey, why not surround my property? So maybe I screwed up and I'll move it. That's it. That's my plan, to fix it up and beautify it again so that it's thriving again. Move it 25 feet away from where I should. It's a 25-foot buffer. And
we have
I have the delineation stones.
I'm sorry, your audio is not very good, so you keep kind of fading in and out.
I'm sorry. I said I have the delineation stones already, so we know where we have to be on which side of them. And by the way, the nursery stock is something I do as a hobby. Okay, everything that you saw that you're calling nursery stock is the clippings of my plants that I did in the fall. Okay, so if this was some Joe Blow's house and I weren't a landscaper, you wouldn't call that nursery stock that we're at somebody else's house. But because I'm a landscaper and we have an open permit here, everybody thinks that I'm running my business out of here. Well, I don't. I do have my own property in South Norwalk. I own my own property in South Norwalk.
Okay, I didn't realize that you were a landscaper. I thought you did mailboxes or something. So
Yes, I own multiple business, but my main business is taking care of commercial properties. Yes.
Mr. Luzardo, your profession is your business. It's not our business. And if we called it nursery stock, it's just because it's a kind of a generic term for a lot of plants in containers that are all in the same area. That's all. And your statement that you will endeavor to try to, push things back around and whatever is welcome. And
I will take a permit, yes.
yeah.
I plan to move forward with the right way.
Well, then, I don't know, would other commissioners want to weigh in here?
The
I
only
don't-
question, the only question I
Yeah.
had was looking at the photos Alexis put up, there were small trees being planted or that had been planted along the wall. And it looked like they were behind other trees. So I,
That is correct.
Okay.
They're, by the way, those are green giants. They're an arborvitae green giant. They cap out at 25 feet, which they're pretty close at right now. So instead of losing one, I figured, hey, let me put some in and behind it. And besides, I had permission by her to do the green giants. Right. But that's, there were, Alexis said that I could put green giants in there. So there's a lifespan. I'm just like if you planted a flowering cherry tree or a flowering plum, you get 15 years out of them and then they're dead. They look horrible. You can't manicure them again. So here we go. I just put another row in, that's all I did.
People used to say that about me. And now look.
Yeah.
Okay, we have before us the cease and restore order. It seems to me from the discussion that it makes sense to uphold the order, to modify it to the extent that we allow enough time for it to be implemented, and then look forward to a restoration plan soon in the future.
Sure.
Is Alexis,
I've used
did I
Kate
leave something out?
Throckmorton. I've used Kate Throckmorton in the past. I don't believe we need to go that far with her. But I've also used Otto. If I need to get him back for anything, I can try to get him back. But everything's delineated and marked still on the trees from the last time.
Okay, then,
So right now it has a May 18th, which is next Tuesday, deadline to submit an application. And I think that's too soon. So you could either do what you did with the previous application. I mean, they're starting from scratch. So they need to get a delineation and whatnot done. That was June 15th. So you could certainly have that date as well. Otherwise, you'd be looking at June 1st. So I try to stagger the dates. I try to have them on a Tuesday so that I can keep track of deadlines. And then I try to have it be in between your second and fourth Tuesday of every month. So you're looking at it either June 1st or June 15th.
So,
for an application date, commissioners.
and we're trying to set up a timetable that gives you enough time to get everything underway
Get an application.
and submit an application so that we can see specifically what your plan is, and then go from there. So that's what we're working towards here.
All right, well, I'll contact Otto and find out what we've got to do, move forward.
Yeah, and I don't know if you even need him, because like you said, I think that the wetland flags are still out there. So
How about another walkthrough, Alexis?
yeah, what, can you?
yep, I can certainly meet after the commission figures this part out. I can certainly meet with you and give you copies of all the maps and aerial photos.
One thing else I wanted to tell the commission that I think it was 2015, 16, I did come and take a permit out to cut a tree. And that was the tree that fell on my tent the first time, which you'll see in your comeback of the tree that's missing there. Look, was a tree, and it also took out another part of the tree. I have a photo of it on my tent, which I call my greenhouse, but I have it on there, and I did come to take the permit to cut it. So I do have
that one tree wasn't mentioned. It's just the other the other activities. But yes, I can certainly meet out there again.
Okay, I'm going to step up and make an motion to uphold V21-1022, subject to conditions and modifications of the timeline as staff and the Lusardos work out. That's my motion.
Now, I would recommend that you set a firm timeline. I would not.
Set a firm timeline. Well, your recommendation was June 15th, but that, is that for the application?
That would be for the application, yeah.
Well, that's more than generous. So I include that, June 15th.
Why do I need June 15th? Is there anything sooner? I mean, I don't.
Yeah, that's a deadline.
If we,
That's
So
a deadline.
honor before.
We're Mr. Losado, we're just trying to give you enough time. If that's too much,
No,
don't
I
use
just
it.
want to get this over. with.
Sure, we're with you.
Yeah.
Okay, do I hear a second from my motion? Anybody?
I second it.
All in favor verbally? Aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Hearing none. Abstentions?
Aye.
You're abstaining or voting yes?
I'm abstaining. I stepped away for the bulk of that conversation. So.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay, got it. The order is upheld, and Mr. and Mrs. Lusardo, thank you, and
Thank you.
we'll get this squared away soon.
All right,
thanks so much.
thank you.
All right.
Okay, I'm all the way to page 2 of my agenda. And that is Conservation Commission business. And this is where I throw my blanket over the computer screen. I am recusing. And if somebody will say something loud or turn back on my mute, I'll rejoin you. We've got to have some, we don't have Steve, do we?
No, so you would need to, I don't know, your most senior member or anyone who volunteers or anyone that doesn't volunteer would need to.
Can I appoint a volunteer?
Absolutely.
Okay, I appoint John Levin as the stand-in chairman until I get back.
Okay.
All right. No physical violence, John.
That's one of the constraints of Zoom. Okay, so looking at the agenda, then item 6A is open space fund request, Norwalk Land Trust, Hoyt Island, a request for $200,000 for contamination remediation costs on Hoyt Island. As I recall from our meeting 2 weeks ago, this was discussed and we agreed to, I have not had a chance to review minutes from the last meeting, and I don't recall exactly what the conclusion was. Alexis or perhaps another commissioner might remember. But as I recall, we were going to continue the discussion. Is that right? Or Alexis, what is the status?
Yes, so according to my notes, you are going to continue this discussion and a couple things. You wanted to give the Land Trust an opportunity to provide more information. I know that there was a discussion regarding the language of the Open Space Fund and words like open space and preservation and what those meant. The Land Trust is more than welcome to either tonight or maybe in the future, if you want to table that to a night where it's not as late. So the Land Trust is certainly encouraged to submit additional information. I think it was Mr. Clockey who suggested that the Land Trust look at the open space fund language in the city code and more fully articulate how their proposed use of the fund would fit with the language of the fund and the permitted uses. And I don't think we've received anything yet, but perhaps Celia's here to do verbal testimony. And then additionally, you had asked me to give you some background stuff. And unfortunately, we're having a lot of email problems. So the email apparently didn't go out. You didn't get it until yesterday. But I included the draft 2004 open space plan that the Conservation Commission did. You had also asked for kind of a history of the expenditures and revenues from the plan. And that was in a PDF with a bunch of colored lines that kind of looks like that. And that has a breakdown of the funding source. The funding source generally is capital budget funds. They go in kind of these fits and starts, I'd say. For the longest time, there was $25,000 allocated as with capital funds, and then it was increased to, well, it was decreased to zero and then increased to about
Agreed. Let me
50,000.
interrupt you for just
Yeah.
1 second. So actually, I found that PDF really, really interesting and is worthy of a lengthy discussion at a future time. I think we should just consider the matter before us. And I know that there have been some members of the Norwalk Land Trust who've been in attendance at this meeting for quite a long time. I want to thank you for your patience and forbearance and apologize for your placement on the agenda. And simply invite you to provide any additional information you would like to at this time. Is that okay, Alexis?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Perhaps Seeley Hubbard or
Yep.
Anyone else from the Norwalk Land Trust?
I
Please
would like to
tell us what
speak.
you need to tell us.
Although, Alexis, I did submit additional information.
Yeah, I just haven't, unfortunately, I'm not getting emailed. I haven't received it yet. I did just check again.
It was sent out yesterday or.
Yeah. Yeah, the last 2 days, we have had a issue with incoming emails, and I've received like a little trickle of them, but I strongly get the impression that I have not received all of them because I think I've received three emails today, and that's it. So, and that's not a lot. So unfortunately, I did not get your correspondence.
Okay, well, it was additional information as well as pictures of the contaminated site, pictures of the island and the location of the island. But I think what I want to stress from the beginning is that this contamination was the result of the contamination discovery was a result of a commissioning of a report that we had done by the Audubon Society, and subsequently that determined that there were contaminations of PCBs and asbestos and other construction materials that exceeded the maximum, exceeded the levels of the state DEEP and also the EPA that required reporting. And subsequent, with a surprise to the land trust, also required that we as owners of Hoyt Island are responsible for the remediation of this. And just to let you know that we immediately fundraised and got Senator Duff, who procured for us $100,000 grant from the state of Connecticut. However, the initial costs for this were not accurate, and the ultimate cost to do this remediation, which is required by the state and the federal government, is going to be approximately $300,000, of which $100,000 the state will take care of, and we're asking the Conservation Commission to take on the
grant the 200,000 so that we can get this done. And just so that you know that the toxic material that is on this island in much heavier concentrations than we thought were possible or even were there are PCBs, which are toxic carcinogens. They cause cancer, birth defects, erosion, and there are also the possible problems that the state of Connecticut is why they're requiring us to remove these is because of erosion that could go into the harbor. Hoyt Island is in Norwalk Harbor, causing contamination to marine life, which could affect fishing and consumption of people who caught fish there. The EPA has classified this as a high occupancy area, even though it's an island, and it's because of the proximity of Village Creek, and it's also because of the proximity of Wilson Point, and also the harbor that is in there near Meadow Street. And so
Celia, would it be okay if I were to ask you some questions?
Sure.
Has the $300,000 been expended?
No.
Has any portion of it been expended?
No.
So what you're looking at is a quote from a single vendor that this is the cost, or how was this $300,000 determined?
Well, the 300,000. Well, it was from a contractor. The way the process worked was that as soon as we discovered that there were, as soon as we had a reporting requirement to the state, we immediately, since we were under requirement to remediate, we were told to, we hired a contractor to perform this particular work. And this contractor I think there were 3 bids, and this was the one that we picked. All of them were off of a list that DEEP has of people who were required to do this work. It's a very specialized area. And now, when I say that we haven't been billed, the work is almost done on this. So as a matter of fact, they expect that it will be completed early next week. And
so the Norwalk Land Trust is going to be billed for $300,000 of work.
We have signed a contract with this contractor. We owe this money, and we have not received any reimbursement from the state on our grant, nor have we made any payment to the contractors nothing has been paid except for a small portion. I shouldn't say that. I mean, but it's not, in terms of the 300,000, it's very, very minuscule. We did have obviously we had costs for testing and for the permitting process and so forth, but other than that, the whole 300,000 has not been paid.
Have there been any efforts to get additional funding from the state?
Yes. As a matter of fact, one of the first things that we did was to contact Senator Duff's office to see whether or not we could get an increase in the grant that the state had given. And he came back to us and said that grant, because it was Well, the question, the answer is no, that we could not get a further extension for that particular grant. We then asked him whether or not there was any other available money in the state for something like this. And he said with the state of the state was not in a position to further fund it. As a matter of fact, his suggestion was that we go to the city with the open space fund.
I'm just curious, how long ago, when was the last request made? I mean, I'm just asking because I know the state received a lot of extra money, and was it a recent request?
It was a request within, yes, my last correspondence with Senator Duff's office and Senator Duff himself. He sent me notification. That was in April. It was quite recently. As a matter of fact, it was before we came to you, just before we came to you.
So I'm trying to think of how to move forward. I had expressed an opinion at our last meeting that based on my reading of the city statute that establishes the open space fund, because this use would not increase the amount of open space. It's my understanding that this application does not qualify as a permitted use. And ultimately, I guess it's the commission that gets to make that responsibility because, I mean, make that decision. Is there any other additional information that you're able to provide to us that might be useful for determining whether or not this is a permitted use?
I would say to you that that I disagree with your interpretation. Let me just say that the open space fund was one of the moving forces behind the open space fund was the Norwalk Land Trust to further the missions of not only the Norwalk Land Trust but other organizations that had similar goals and missions. And I think if you notice in the municipal code with section 35(9) through 15, I believe it is, that if in fact the fund, the open space fund was ever terminated, any remaining funds in that fund would go to the Norwalk Land Trust. We were very close in coordinating this. And one thing I think that you have to look at here and go first to in interpreting this particular statute is the creation and purposes of the open space fund. And the open space fund, which is in 35(9), talks about open space, talks about the purposes of this particular fund is to preserve, create, and to protect Norwalk's open space and to protect its resources. Now, the one place where I disagree with you, Commissioner Levin, is that when we go down to 35-D, and I can understand where you're saying that this is only for transforming non-open space to open space. I would say to you, and the EPA in their definition agrees with this, that where there is land on which there are structures or and in this case, there was a structure on there that is not open space. Everything that has a structure on it, a parking lot, is not open space. It was open space originally. Everything, this whole earth was originally open space. And when we built certain things on this on this earth, we destroyed that open space. The open space that we're talking about on Hoyt Island, I would say the land around that section that has to be remediated was open space. But when I sent pictures of the ruins and what the remediation site what looks like, I would say that what we're talking about is not open space. It's space that has to be remediated and restored to open space. And that's exactly what the land trust is doing. That property is going to, not only do they have to cart away all the toxic materials that are on that particular part that is contaminated, but then they're going to fill it in and replant it with native plants and restore it so that the 120 species that depend upon that island, and also the surrounding communities that might get affected if there's any, what the city, not the city, but what the state and the EPA are concerned about is leaching in PCBs leaching into the waters. This is, this is what exactly I think this particular municipal code was created for. And it goes down to what I think when you look at 35-D and you talk about restoring open space, it says including any of the costs of any, and then it says required environmental remediation. And the fact that the fact right now, what we're talking about is the land trust is under required environmental remediation. We have to do this. If we don't get funding here, it's going to be on the Norwalk Land Trust, and $200,000 for our organization is a real hit. And and what I think how you have to look at is that this particular section of the code is not only for acquisition and enhancing the amount of open space that we have, but it is also for protecting, remediating, and creating open space, and particularly when we're talking about a contamination that is surrounded by open space. The reason why we've got to remove all these toxic materials is because of the wildlife and habitat that are going to be severely affected by it if we don't. And also the possibility that if we don't do that, that the people in Village Creek or Wilson Point, that some of this stuff could go over to them. And
right. So
the state of Connecticut is, if you can look at their website as to how they treat and think about PCBs, it's very, very dangerous stuff.
So, Mr. Hubbard, I just want to say, I don't doubt the need for the remediation, and I don't doubt the merit of the remediation project. I think the only issue that's really before this commission is whether or not the request, the grant, is suitable under the permitted uses of the funds. And you point out 35-11 subparagraph D makes specific reference to including cost of any required environmental remediation, but that is preceded and qualified by the sentence that says payment of costs required to transform properties which are not considered open space, two properties, or two open space properties. So the real question is whether or not this expenditure would transform such properties that are not, whether this property is not considered open space and this expenditure would transform it to open space. And that's really the only issue that I personally am concerned with. And I agree,
Well, then,
you know, the purpose of the fund is well established, and preserving and protecting open space is the goal and the purpose. But I would ask if there is any other additional information that you might be able to submit between now and then. I know we missed the email submission, and we would have to consider that before, if you like, we can consider that before voting on this. But again, I am struggling to see how this expenditure or this remediation would transform property as required under section 35-11 subparagraph.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry, I wasn't at the last meeting. But Mr. Hubbard, what was the source of all of this pollution on the island?
okay.
What's going on there? And you can make it brief. And I again.
No, I didn't go through that because it was getting late and.
Okay, it can be super
no,
brief.
But I can make it very quick. When the Norwalk Land Trust acquired this property in 1979, there was a caretaker's cottage on that because this property belonged to the owner lived in Wilson Point, and they used this island, and they had a caretaker's cottage on the island, and they donated the cottage was eventually abandoned, and they donated the property to the land trust, and vandals in 2008 burned it down. And when they burned it down, the PCBs and the asbestos and other materials then went into the ground. And surprisingly enough, for at least for me, that they were of such concentrations that they would come under the requirements of requiring this expensive removal. And that's the that's
So
how
it was
they.
simply from a structure.
Yes, there was a caretaker's cottage on there, and but to answer your point, John, to me, the notion that there can be a contaminated natural open space with PCBs and asbestos that require state removal, to me, is an oxymoron. To say that this is open space in the condition that it is in is to say that if you put in a parking lot, that would still be open space over a natural area. Or if you built a building in a natural area, that would be still open space. Just because that was given to us as open space, that doesn't mean all of it, all of that property was open space.
Well, I think I agree with Mr. Hubbard. I do think that this is not true open space. Yes, it might have trees and birds and everything on it, but it's not open space in maybe the philosophy of what open space is. I think of open space as somewhere healthy, somewhere that, you can go out and spend time things are thriving. The world is, this is a space that's thriving. And this island, if it has all of this on it, is not that. And it does seem like we do have the opportunity here in 35-11D to potentially use this money for something that would be really great, like to make it a piece of Norwalk better, to make it, a thriving habitat, and something that's not going to not only poison the birds and animals, but also potentially the people. So
Cheryl, I agree with you again on the merits, but the question that I would ask is, does the remediation change the amount of land held by the Norwalk Land Trust? And I would ask CLA directly. I mean, it's all nearly a rhetorical question. Will the remediation change the amount of land that the Norwalk Land Trust holds
it would not change the amount of acreage that the land trust owns, but it would change the amount of natural open space that the land trust owns.
Okay. And also, I fully understand that the land trust is in a pickle here, and again, this is a hard one. My heart goes out to you. I'm sympathetic. Has there been any other applications made to any other sources? Perhaps the city or Nature Conservancy or federal programs or any other additional, any other sources?
The city doesn't have any other sources. And as far as others looking to other sources, we are now looking at other sources, but we're not, it's trying to find an alternate plan B, so to speak. But I can tell you that we have to, these builders are almost finished with this job. So it's, and will be next week, these contractors. So that, no, we're going to have to look to our own resources, and which will be very devastating for the land trust, quite honestly.
So when you started the project, was the intent that the state would cover the full extent of the cost?
When we started the project, the initial costs on the project were 128,000, of which which from the state we got the 100,000. The problem with toxic properties and trying to gauge the costs of them is that the state requires, before they close it, it's sort of like the Mohs cancer treatment for skin cancer. I don't know if anyone's familiar with it, but they take a layer off and then they test to see if there's any more cancer, and then they take another layer off until they're got down to the level where it's cancer free. It's the same sort of thing here, that they estimate and they obviously underestimated the extent of the contamination, so that it ballooned from 128,000 to 303,000. And we had done fundraising, sufficient fundraising to cover the initial costs, and the reports and everything that had to lead to the lab testing and whatever. So to make a long story short, so to speak, the cost of it were way off. Let me put it that way. And it's the reason why it is so high as it is that it has to be taken out and put in a barge. The barge has to come into the island. They put it into all of this contaminated material into the barge. It is put into trucks at a transit state where the barge is. It's certain procedures to getting it off the barge. the materials, I was told today, are then going to Michigan, because Michigan is the closest facility that can treat PCBs from Connecticut. Connecticut used to have one that was closed down. It was originally Ohio, but it's Michigan. I don't know if that makes much difference whether which either one it is, but when you start talking about truckloads of toxic material that's being transported thousands of miles, you get 303,000.
So your original plan was to get 100,000 from the state and 28,000 from where? From you
From
guys?
us. We were going to raise that. That was manageable for us.
Gotcha.
So
Commissioners?
it's really up to you guys if you want to. I know that Celia mentioned that he had attempted to provide written and photo information. So you can table this again to the next meeting. I don't know if any of the other commissioners have any comments or how you want to move forward or punt to the next meeting. I don't know.
The materials are basically pictures, pictures and interpretations of the statutes, which I've already
it's a big
given to you. But it's just that
it's a huge decision for us because it's almost 75% of our fund balance. So it's going to take, at the rate that it's being funded, it's going to take 4 to 5 years to replenish that. It's a big ask, and I understand the need. I mean, it's just I don't know. It puts us in a tough position, from my perspective.
Alexis, I think someone had asked you before, we can always opt to give something, right? A percent, it doesn't have to be the whole thing.
Right. So obviously the land trust, I'm sure, would prefer the largest amount. But no, I think you could give them any amount.
Okay.
Although,
I think,
I wouldn't give it like, $5,000. That's going to help it much. It would,
hearing some background on the cost was helpful, because I'm definitely not an expert on the cost of environmental cleanup. I'm sure it being on an island adds exorbitantly to that cost. Pictures would be great. I'm curious about the size of this cottage. I can't imagine, like, if just God forbid, my home burned down, that it would be a $300,000.
Let me see if I can screen share. Hold on a second. I'm not good at this, so if something goes wrong.
So if you open the photos first and then go to Zoom to screen share.
Okay, wait a minute. What is?
If I could just say hello.
Oh.
On the norwalklandtrust.org website, there is a picture of the initial destruction of the little cottage. I don't know if that would be helpful.
I suggest that the commissioners wait until we receive the email correspondence and table this until the next meeting.
Can you put that in the form of a motion, perhaps?
Yeah,
Karen?
I'm making a motion to please table this discussion until we receive the correspondence on behalf of the Norwalk Land Trust.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
That was Matt Pence.
Yes.
Okay. And commissioners, is there any discussion on this motion?
No, I have two short questions, hopefully. Just wondering the square footage of that cottage, if you know it.
I don't. Do you know it, Midge?
Good
It would
question.
be compared to like a one bedroom or something?
It's 30 by 40. It's a 1-bedroom cottage. You know, I don't know. I don't know the answer to it. It's a good question.
And was there storage of chemicals or things in this building that would contribute to this massive cleanup effort that we have now?
It was probably the roof materials.
It was also the flashing around the fireplace. Back in those days, asbestos was more widely used.
Right.
When the vandals set it on fire, it was allowed to burn down. The fire department did not respond and put out the fire. So the fire burned all the way down to the foundation material.
Mm.
And so that had to have released a lot of the, you know, the asbestos and some of the PCB aspects of it. Just being an old, you know, it was probably a cottage built in 1920 or something like that. It was an old thing. But one thing that I'd like to ask, and my name is Midge Kennedy. I'm the fundraising chair this year for the Norwalk Land Trust. So I'm very interested in tonight's plea for help. And we certainly are doing, I am certainly working very hard right now to find other alternate funding sources in case that's required. It's something I personally feel very strongly about, that we as citizens need to take care of open, festering sores like this when it's right in the middle of Long Island Sound. So I am one of the people who voted to go ahead with these things. And one of the reasons why we decided to go ahead with some of these newly found expenses. I mean, you add 3 or 4 days to this project, it goes up by another $100,000. We didn't want to lose our state DEP grant. That is it's a 1-year grant, and we have to fulfill the purposes of that. So we went ahead. We've never done something like this before. That's why we're coming to you for help. But we started this project when a kayaker found the carcasses of diamondback terrapins in the foundation. So the animals using, and we have 130 bird species. It's on the Atlantic Flyway. We had animals and whatever on this island. The turtles and the terrapins were falling into the foundation, getting stuck. They're looking for nesting sites. So they're dead. And we're the Norwalk Land Trust. And we said, we've got to fill in this foundation. And that's when we learned through a consultant that did a 3-season remediation or, you know, environmental projection of what the fauna and flora was and how we might make this a better habitat for all concerned. This is when we realized we had to do this properly within the EPA guidelines, within the Connecticut DEEP, and within the Connecticut Department of Public Health. There's just a lot of moving parts to it. It's way beyond our normal budget is a $40,000 to $50,000 a year budget. So this is a huge, huge project for us. We need help. And you guys have always been there for us when we needed help. So you are a natural person or entity to come to. But I am, just so that you know, we are looking for other sources of funds, because it might be that you don't want to use your whole amount of funds that you have right now on this project. But it's really important, and we will stay the course, and I will bust my butt trying to find money for this if you aren't able to help us in the amount that we've asked. But we hope that maybe you can. It's a very unique situation. It's not going to happen again. And we'll go back to acquiring land and using the open space fund in the way that probably most of us think it ought to be used. But this is a very special set of circumstances. Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate that and all your work. Quick question, were the vandals ever caught?
No,
Ah,
And they must be about, 35 years old now. I'm thinking of getting them to open up the case again. Maybe they're very wealthy now and they'd like to make a contribution.
they're multimillionaires running a hedge fund around here.
So Midge, thank you very much for that, for those additional comments. There is a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. Is there any additional discussion of the motion? This would involve tabling further discussion until we can receive additional materials and continue the discussion at a future meeting. Okay, if there's no additional discussion, can we vote on that now by voice vote? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries, and Celia and Midge and every commissioner, I apologize. This discussion will continue into the future. We'll gain additional information. And we'll get to the end of it.
Yep.
Okay. Is that Celia or Midge, is there anything else that you wish to say before our next meeting? Or we will see you again, I would guess, in 2 weeks. Please submit.
Only to thank you for your consideration. We appreciate it.
Okay. And thank you so much for the work that you do with the Norwalk Land Trust. And I'm so sorry that you guys are in this bind now. We all are.
Celia, if I don't get your email tomorrow, I will track you down and give you a call, and we'll retry.
Okay, I can
believe the
send it.
email-
I'll resend it tomorrow.
That'd be great.
Okay, can we
right.
recall John Mailing to this meeting and have him resume his duties as chairman of the Conservation Commission?
Hi, John.
Hi, can you hear? How do we do that?
He's here. He's coming.
Okay.
All right, am I on board here?
Commissioner
Yes.
Levin, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
we're
you.
nearing the end here.
Yeah.
Anthony, if you could, there are two people in the participants that need to be promoted to panelists for this next item, and they're Carly Kramer and Mike Yosick, if they're still awake.
Okay, so while that's happening, we can move to B, 6B, 40 Cross Street. Alexis, you sent vast quantities of information about this, easements and everything else.
Right.
I don't see that, I mean, I have visited this site, and it's within 100 feet if you use the horizontal plane and then the drop down.
Right. And so there's kind of two different issues. There's the Conservation Commission issue, and that is the Conservation Commission was granted a license agreement. I forget what I read in my memo a long time ago as part of it was part of a wetland permit application. And so there's kind of this legal public access that the city currently has, this limited license agreement to install a 4-foot wide asphalt path. And there's two steps. The first would be if this trail is going to be completed, the first step would be to terminate the license agreement and move forward in adopting a permanent public access easement. So kind of a switching of the legal documents that are filed on the land records. That would kind of be the first step. And then the physical implementation of the trail would absolutely require a inland wetland permit, because as you mentioned, it's definitely well within 100 feet of the river. It's adjacent to it. But for tonight, they're really not looking for like the implementation part, but just the defining the easement area a different way than the current license agreement, if that makes sense. And I know that we have two people here, and I don't know if you want to let them speak real quick. Carly
Well, I mean,
Creamer is from.
the legalities of it, I mean, to terminate the license and adopt the easement, I don't see why we would need to get into a long discussion about that. It seems to me that that's fairly straightforward. And if we can just go ahead and move to have that happen, then we can postpone the actual permit, because we don't have an application for a permit, do we? Or will we? Or
You will in probably a week.
All right, well,
that's working along really quickly. The only thing I would add about I included the draft easement language, and the only thing that I would well, there's a couple things. The only thing I would suggest is that it tie back to the Conservation Commission, that it like the license agreements, it talks about any change returned to the Conservation Commission. And I think that should probably be the same for the easement. And if I love your comments that that this is an easy one, and so the type of motion that you would make would be something like in my memo, the bottom paragraph, kind of authorizing all those activities to get it done.
okay, well, I have to say, I mean, I'm now looking for your memo to see if I can find. Okay. I move that we terminate the license and file an easement, which would authorize the senior environmental officer to work with Corporation Council to determine the language of a new easement that provides permanent public access and trail installation, and further grants Corporation Council authority to terminate the license agreement and file such public access easement, all of which would come under the aegis of the Conservation Commission. How's that?
Wow.
Okay, that's a motion. I'm done moving.
I second that motion.
That's two.
What's that?
Discussion. I have some discussion actually, because I have been on the property, and when we get around to the application, there's a couple of things that I'm going to wonder about. One is the path going to be so wide that it actually goes down the slope? That's number one. Number two, it's dangerous. It's a cliff, and walking along it is something that ought not to be done without a warning. And that needs to go on the record for the Conservation Commission, because not saying that, thinking somebody else will say it, is a mistake. So motion having been made and seconded, and I having done the discussion, if anybody else would like to discuss, they're more than welcome to. If none, then
Actually, I just want to ask a real quick question of Alexis, and I apologize. It is late and I do not want to make this longer, but as I understand it, this path is going to be part of the NRVT, Norwalk River Valley Trail, and will be managed by the various entities that manage it. And the safety precautions needed for it will be provided by those. Am I getting this right?
I believe so. Carly, do you want to maybe answer?
Sure, yes.
That?
It is part of the NRVT, specifically the Harbor Loop portion of the NRVT. You can see there on the map, connects to the yellow section there that is currently under construction. All of that will connect up to the Danbury section to complete that loop. It'll be managed by the entities that control and maintain the existing trails. And there is talks of putting a fence in or other ways to mitigate the slope there. But the trail will not go down the slope or anything. It'll be right up against, for the most part, up against the parking lot there. So you do have a little bit of room of grass and vegetation before you hit the slope there in those.
Carly, do you know which entity in will be responsible for managing the Norwalk portion of the NRVT?
I'm not sure. Mike, do you know?
It's under discussion right now. Looks like the Parks Department will be
okay
maintainer of it in Norwalk.
Okay.
But it'll be a partnership with the NRVT.
That's all.
Okay.
I have no.
Okay, so we now need to vote. The motion's on the floor and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, abstentions. It carries. We look forward to the application. Approval of minutes, we have no approval, we have no minutes to approve,
Thank
so
you,
we'll
Carly.
approve them next time.
Yes.
Do we have public comments at all? Anybody?
I think we do. Anthony, Diane Laura Cho, if we could allow her to be unmuted. Thank you.
She has the floor.
Good evening. Since the night is late, I applaud all of you for staying on this long. I'll be very
Please identify yourself.
sure. For the record, my name is Diane Lauricella, longtime member in Norwalk. And I just, two quick things because of the late hour. I will be forwarding some information about the Hoyt Island issue. Having once been a regulator of PCBs and asbestos, I'm reaching out to the land trust to try to help them reduce the costs that they're being billed, because I do think they were overbilled. And I am an expert in helping reduce costs. So stay tuned. But the main reason I wanted to stay up this late to talk with you is please bring your attention to individuals, but it's important to the discussion. House Bill 6441 in Section 4, it's the governor's bill on climate change. And in it, it actually states that monies would be set aside in a new kind of buyer's conveyance tax that in certain circumstances can go towards adding to an open space fund. So this is for the future, and please contact your local state reps and senators. You can look up at cga.gov to look at House Bill 6441 and urge them to pass it. That will help our Norwalk Open Space Fund immensely. Lastly, the NRVT Trail Spur, I wholeheartedly think it is needed, and it would be a great asset, as I used to conduct 10 years worth of river cleanups under the Cross Street Bridge with the Norwalk Community College Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society as a member of the Norwalk River Watershed Association, and this would be a wonderful asset. So thank you and good night, and I really appreciate all the work you're doing.
Alexis, has anyone else signed up?
No.
Moving
The
on to,
others, from the hour.
do you dare to have comments now, or comments of staff?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I'm shot.
Comments of commissioners, report of the commission chair. He has no report. Anyone else?
I have a quick question. Alexis, are we as commissioners within our right to perhaps write to Senator Duff to see if he can do anything or go above and beyond to try and help us with this funding or at the state level?
So as a commissioner, you'd have to meet as the commission and vote to represent the commission. But individually, you certainly can. So not technically as a not representing the Conservation Commission without the commission giving you the authority to do so. But okay, you can certainly reach out to Bob and you can let him know that you're on the Conservation Commission, but that you, Mike Pence, Norwalk homeowner and taxpayer and voter, would love to see him get in there and find some funds. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Does that clarify?
That certainly does.
All right.
I think I think he brings up a good idea. I think maybe on next meeting's agenda, I don't know if it's possible to throw it in there, but I think it would make a lot of sense for the Norwalk Conservation Commission to throw its support behind that bill officially. Apart from whatever we want to do as individuals, I think Diane made a really good point about it, and I think that maybe we ought to at least consider supporting it as a commission. I'm not so sure I want us to be a political or that we should be, weighing in on every bill that comes down the road, but this particularly impacts us since we administer it.
So
Okay.
I will, you want to make a quick motion on that? I don't know when the bill would be voted on the off chance that it is up for us, a certain milestone of consideration before your next meeting. Would you like to vote to authorize staff to draft a letter articulating the Conservation Commission's support of other funds that would be conveyed to open space?
No,
Or,
I would not. It's too late.
okay,
Let's do it next
We'll see-
time. They're
where we
not
are.
gonna do it in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Okay, I've run out of things. We're on number 11. And I am anxious to hear a motion.
Oh, just apologies again before we do. The Alexis circulated to each of us a record of all of the inflows and outflows of the Open Space Fund since its inception, if I'm getting that right. And
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's harder. It's not as linear as that makes it look.
right. But anyway, I think it's a fabulous trove of information about the history and use of the Open Space Fund. It raises many questions, and I would hope that we can add to an agenda just a discussion of the Open Space Fund at a future meeting.
Good idea. Let's delegate it to staff. If we've got 600 applications to do, we won't do it. But if it looks like it's going to be a little easier, we can put it in there.
Yeah, I think we'll look into, I will maybe look into having a third meeting with just Conservation Commission issues, and then keep your regular meetings to wetland applications. I don't see a reduction in your wetland application obligations.
Yeah, okay. That's a good idea. We could do that. Just one more thing for you to have to prepare for.
Yep.
If
I'll
I
work on
could
that.
hit myself with a hammer, I would. But anyway, who wants to move to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
There she is.
Second.
There she is. It's moved and seconded. All in favor, say good night.
Good night. Bye.
Right.
Have a good night. Thanks, Anthony.
Have a good one.
Thank you,
Bye, Mike.
Anthony.